breakout, which affected many families right in our town. Stacy Antine and the Health Barn organization has made it a goal to teach kids and adults that eating healthy is fun and delicious. She has also shown many of us that cooking, baking, gardening, composting, and volunteer work is cool. In many ways, Stacy has become a role model for me. She has shown me how wonderful it is to participate in community service, be a leader, and eat healthy. As I grow up, I would love to be active in more programs that Health Barn offers, continue to cook with Stacy, and provide meals to those in need. Health Barn has supported families and individuals, kids and adults, old and young. That's why I love Health Barn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan.
Okay, next is Jan Botcher. Please unmute.
Hi, Jan. Please state your name and address for the record.
This is Jan Botcher. I'm at 425 Fairfield Avenue, and I'd like to speak on two topics tonight. One is the lawsuit regarding the election, and the second is the shooting range. As far as the election is concerned, I found it difficult to choose which side to vote for because people I admire on both sides of the issue made compelling arguments. But one of the single most compelling arguments I heard was, why would you give up your right to vote by moving the elections to the fall? I actually voted against consolidating the elections, but I am adamantly against appealing and continuing to spend money on trying to overturn the vote. I don't think there may have been some technicalities, and I don't say that I fully understand it, but I don't think that the ballot question was unclear, and I think the vote of the people was very clear. So as compelling as I found the argument, why would you give up your right to vote? I find it more compelling that once the people have voted, that we should respect the vote of the people. On the second issue, the shooting range, there's very little information out there about it. I've heard some numbers. I'm not sure if those numbers are correct, but the numbers I've seen for the capital expenditure divided by the number of officers, when I calculate, it's thousands of dollars per officer per year just on a capital basis, let alone the upkeep that would be required for that facility. And what I would like to better understand as a taxpayer, what is the compelling reason for change? Why do we feel it's necessary to move away from whatever is happening now? And why do we feel it's necessary to put this kind of capital outlay out there? I would like to see a much more detailed analysis than the few numbers that I've seen floating around. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Have a good evening.
Next is Regina McNamara. Bringing her in right now.
Hi there, Regina McNamara, 974 Hillcrest Road. I do feel somewhat silly repeating my past message, but I'm not positive my comments were recorded properly, and therefore I'm not sure the minutes would be accurate, so here I go again. I am back to continue to impress on all of you how very public the conversation about the Health Barn renewal should be, but also let you know what I have collected in the past few weeks. You have received by now a signed petition by every single neighbor of Health Barn but two along Hillcrest and beyond. This totals 36 houses, and it's not that the remaining houses along Andover refused to sign. It was that my findings were so very obvious, there wasn't a need to continue. Additionally, to back it up, my Oprah request found that in the past year there has not been one complaint about Health Barn, but for two people. What I found was remarkable and inspiring. Several of these neighbors also sent you letters, and those neighbors, along with those who signed my petition, were humble enough to admit to me that they were the loudest protesters of Health Barn. They admitted to speaking at meetings and even raising their voices 5 years ago. They were incensed by what they believed was to be a big box gardening center with retail exchanges. And now, with the same fervor, they are expressing interest in keeping Health Barn just as it is. These neighbors include PTA presidents, village teachers, doctors of education, media executives, medical doctors, realtors, and lifelong residents. They have seen the positive addition Health Barn has made to the neighborhood. They have lived it over here. But what is the most inspiring detail or theme of my findings is how so many of these neighbors were able to change their minds. They weren't too proud to say, you know, it's not what I thought, and I really like it now. This speaks to their character, and I admire them for it. In fact, I will remember this exercise I did for the rest of my life. I urge each of you to really examine what has transpired over here at Habernickel. Use it as an example of change when you make your own decision. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good evening, Regina.
Next is Yishan Lee.
Shane, please unmute and name and address for the record.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, that's Shane, but you have an echo.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yashane Lee, 235 Emmett Place. I sent an email, but I didn't get it in time to be read for the record, so I'm calling in. There are 3 issues that I wanted to talk about. First, I wanted to thank everyone on the screen for your time and service on behalf of the village. But I'm shocked to hear that the village is trying to overturn the results of the local referendum vote through the courts. I do not understand on what basis we would have to overturn election results and using taxpayer money to do so, and hope you'll address your reasoning for doing so during tonight's meeting, especially since the vote was already allowed and happened. This has terrible, terrible echoes of other costly, misguided attempts to undo valid ballot results. The second item was the firing range. I'm also alarmed by the feasibility assessment for constructing a firing range here, no matter the exact location in town. I don't understand why other existing local firing ranges cannot be used by our police force for training purposes. If the idea is to encourage the public to use it too as a moneymaker, I'm also aghast. I'm equally aghast. You could build a bowling alley for one thing. I would also hope anyone on the council who has ties to the police force would fully recuse themselves from this discussion. And finally, I'm hoping we can publicize how to donate used furniture and other goods instead of throwing usable items away in bulk trash. On the east side every Wednesday morning, it pains me to see how much is thrown away. We can share this information on Ridgewood's 2021 calendar and using the Recycle Coach app that's popular among residents. And we can cite the organizations that will come to your door and pick up your stuff. So it's Vietnam Veterans of America, the Salvation Army, and Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. You can schedule a pickup time with VVA online at pickupplease.org, and they'll come right to your driveway or front door. And that's it. Thanks for your service and time.
Thank you, Shane. Catherine.
Hello.
Hi, Catherine. Catherine, say name and address for the record.
Sure. Hi, good evening. This is Catherine Bunza, and I live at 335 Jeffers Street. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the residency of Stacey Antine and her work for Health Barn USA at Habernickel Park here in Ridgewood. I have had the opportunity to extensively study public health interventions, interrogating both their strengths and their weaknesses. Health Barn is a model example for how nutritional educational programs should be implemented in various communities, including in our own village. Health Barn's programs teach individuals about healthier food options, providing residents with a specific toolkit as to how one can visualize their food sources and how to implement it within their own communities and spaces. Health Barn embodies a common public health principle of meeting people where they're at, creating a program that adapts to the participants' educational level and improving their knowledge of culinary and nutritional guidelines. A program like Health Barn is invaluable to have in our own town. On a more personal note, I have seen the direct impact of Health Barn USA within my own family, as my brother is a participant in one of the latest culinary programs for disabled young adults. With the help of this program, my brother has taken a completely different approach in how he prepares his meals, recognizing how to incorporate more nutritional foods into his diet. After class, Miss Antine sets aside time to sit down with him and work one-on-one to develop a tailored nutritional health program that meets him where he is at, aiming to improve his culinary and nutritional framework for the healthier. I urge the Council to reevaluate its position and keep Health Barn USA, a valuable public health intervention when we need it the most within our village and in Habernickel Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Dylan, before we continue with the call in, why don't we go to those emails? Okay, thank you.
Very good. The first is from Hans Lehman, and he writes, his address is 234 Union Street. He writes, Dear Council members, in lieu of speaking personally to the Council, please be kind enough to read my comments into the record for the next meeting, which will take place on December 2nd, 2020. In the recent past, I have written to all Council members via their village emails concerning my concerns about the health barn. I wish to note that I have received only one response, which seems to contradict your positions of open communications and dialogue with residents. I am strongly urging this Council to move discussion of the health barn to open session. The health barn is an exceptional asset of this village, and it would be a serious loss to so many residents who enjoy and value what the health barn offers regularly. I'm concerned as a tax-paying resident that the village is struggling financially with the new parking deck, the overrun on expenditures at the Shedler property, as well as the excessive expenditures at the former VFW building. The health barn brings income to the village with its rental payments, as well as its arrangement with the Parks and Recreation Division of the village. That income is in the range of $50,000 to $60,000 each year. Over the last 5 years, the village taxpayers have received close to $300,000 in income that I would be loath to give up. You must renew a 5-year lease for the health barn starting in 2021. Your failure to renew the lease constitutes harm to the public interest due to the loss of income. Respectfully submitted, Hans-Jürgen Lehmann, 234 Union Street. The second email is from Lizette Ramos, and she resides at 351 Gilbert Street. Hello, I would like the following to be entered for public comment. I will state my name and address and signature email below. Please let me know if you need more information. 1, I voted yes on One Village, One Vote. There were 2,200 votes more for it. I heard that I will lose my vote before I voted on social media platforms, but I will lose my vote, I see, by this council appealing in court to somehow reverse the overwhelming vote for yes for One Village, One Vote. That is undemocratic. 2, I have heard there is a proposed gun range. Not only would this be a waste of money, but also a huge safety issue. We choose to live here for our children and for them to get a good education and feel safe. A gun range will make us feel less safe where it will be and the children who hang out in downtown Ridgewood. Also, it is a bad moment in time right now with a pandemic. We need our resources to be concentrated on this, not that. Thank you, Lizette Ramos, 351 Gilbert Street. The third email is from Elizabeth Kelly Martin at 374 Kensington Drive. We adamantly oppose the installation of a shooting range on Franklin Turnpike for any purpose. We are alarmed at the council that the council would consider installing a shooting range so close to a residential neighborhood, an elementary school, and a middle school. Thomas Martin and Elizabeth Martin. The fourth email is from David Marks. He resides at 475 Franklin Turnpike. Dear Ridgewood Village Council, refers to council meeting 12/2/2020, item 9C10. I wish to state in advance my opposition with the proposed budget award contract, parentheses, item 9C10, parentheses, feasibility assessment for the Ridgewood indoor firearms range. As a village resident and taxpayer and knowing many of my neighbors, I will most vehemently disapprove this proposal. I will listen to the meeting to gather more information. Kind regards, David Marks, 475 Franklin Turnpike. And the last is from Peter Von Hall from 48 Clinton Avenue. To the current members of the Ridgewood Village Council, my wife and I have been residents of Ridgewood for over 32 years, and during that time I have never been more outraged than to learn from reading the Bergen Record that the current Village Council continues to apply for valuable tax dollars to attempting to maintain a system of voting that the residents of our town overwhelmingly rejected during the recent election. The council's conduct appears to be self-serving and obstructive in attempting to subvert the will of the residents of our town. My hope is that the council will desist and work to implement the will of the people. Furthermore, from this resident's perspective, the council's time and efforts would be better spent dealing with the real problems, such as leaf piles that have languished for weeks and which pose a danger to pedestrians and drivers. While I am appreciative of those who willingly give their time to the administration and governance of our town, in my opinion, the overriding objective for those that choose to serve should be to represent the interest of the town's tax-paying residents. To that end, the vast majority of the town's residents who voted on the recent referendum have made it abundantly clear that they wish for all elections to be moved to November, and the council should abide by those wishes and not work to subvert these wishes, irrespective of any self-professed noble intentions. Thank you for your consideration. Peter Von Hall, 48 Clinton Avenue. I have one more email that is lengthy, and I will save that for the end of the meeting because I think it will be longer than the 3 minutes that is permitted.
Okay, what's our time? Okay, why don't we go back to the public comments? And I think we have about
17 minutes.
Right.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, next person is Jill Williams.
Hi, Jill, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jill Williams. I live at 763 Upper Boulevard. I'm calling to support the issue of lease renewal for Health Barn USA at Habernickel Park. I live nearby and have participated in a wide range of events and activities with the Health Barn, starting before they were in Ridgewood. I grew up in Ridgewood and have been happy to see that the property became such a lovely and productive part of the community, enjoyed by many different groups in a variety of ways, and believe that the Health Barn is an ideal partner for the house, barn, and adjacent garden space at Habernickel Field. I'm frequently in the park walking the dog or with my family, and I'm glad to see an event or class going on there as I walk past. The students and instructors are always pleasant and respectful, not loud or disturbing, which I know was an initial worry before Health Barn moved in. I've also never observed any issues around parking stemming from Health Barn, nor have I heard about any issues of other kinds in talking with friends who live closer to the park than I do. My children have participated in numerous Health Barn classes and events, and I've enjoyed multiple sessions there with my Girl Scout troops as well as adult events. And I always learn something and enjoy my time there. Stacy Antine and the Health Barn have been consistently positive contributors to our neighborhood and the Ridgewood community as a whole. I'm impressed with all that she gives back to serve the varying needs of all ages within our community. And I believe the Health Barn messages and activities around nutrition, healing, and eating natural whole foods are fun, accessible, and important for our community. I respectfully ask that the council renew the lease of Health Barn USA at Habernickel Park and allow residents to continue to benefit from their innumerable services to the community. In addition, I would like to request that the council move the discussion around this topic to open session so that the public has the opportunity to understand and participate in discussion around this issue. I would also be interested to hear about potential alternative plans for that space. Thank you very much for your consideration and have a good night.
Thank you, Jill. Have a good evening.
All right, next person is Sophia Dabastani.
Sophia, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can all hear you.
Hi, I'm Sophia Dabastani and I live on 143 Spencer Place. I'm a senior at Ridgewood High School and also an employee at Health Barn USA. And I also helped co-create the Change.org petition, which now has over 512 signatures. I will start by saying that I think everyone in this council should transparently handle the situation rather than in closed session and renew this lease as soon as possible. If you were to handle this in plain light, you would witness the tremendous positive support you would get to renew Health Barn's lease, as you could see even on this Zoom. I have worked at Health Barn for over a year now and have grown up in Ridgewood while taking classes there. Without Health Barn, I would not be as educated and healthy as I am now. Children at Health Barn learn how to cook and live a healthy lifestyle. I have seen hundreds of children and how much of a positive impact we have on these families. If you were to say no to renewing their lease, you would be disappointing all of these children and families. If you have any children, I know you can relate to wanting to see them happy and doing everything in your power to make sure their beloved objects and places stay in their lives. Health Barn is one of these beloved businesses in Ridgewood that is essential for the happiness of many families and our community. I see so many smiles each and every day, and it brings me so much joy to work at Health Barn. We also do so much good for the community, such as classes for special needs children called Royd, and community services such as feeding the senior citizens and healing meals. COVID has highlighted how terrible it is for our seniors to be food insecure. There is not one reason why you should close Health Barn by not renewing their lease. Health Barn has had nothing but a positive impact on everyone who visits. By not renewing their lease, you would be letting down all these smart children inspired by Health Barn. Would you like to see your children upset? That is what you would be doing to almost every single family that has come to Health Barn. You should honestly see how happy these children are at Health Barn. Working there has been nothing but an honor. I get to see hundreds of smiling faces and make connection with all the children I meet, children that live in your community. Another thing I wanted to mention is how amazing Stacy is. She has built an amazing community and business, all from the kindness of her huge heart and smart mind. Everyone who meets her instantly forms an amazing connection and friend. She has been there for me countless times and really knows how to have an amazing and successful business. I could write a million more things about how terrible it would be and how many families and people you would be disappointing in Ridgewood by allowing Health Barn to close from its amazing and perfect location, but I'm running out of time. I hope you understand how truly upset I am, as so many residents are, by the news that Health Barn could be losing their lease and closing. Please join me and the hundreds of
Time
citizens
is up.
behind
Okay, Sophia, just go ahead, wrap it up.
our petition in supporting Health Barn by renewing their lease immediately.
Thank you, Sophia. Have a good evening.
Thank you, too.
Okay, next person is Matthew D. Mulder.
Hi, Matthew. Unmute, Matthew. Great. Name and address.
Hi,
for the
can you hear?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Demulder, and I live on 53 Crest Road. I just want to take you on a little journey into my life. So I moved to Ridgewood when I was in 8th grade. And it's very difficult to move in the middle of 8th grade, as I hope that some of you know. But, you know, the one thing that I was able to do was go to Health Barn classes and join the Master Chef's class. And for that brief time on Saturdays, I didn't feel like I was somebody else. I didn't feel like I had just moved here. I just felt like a part of the community. And I just was able to really grow in that class and be the person who I wanted to be. So moving on, I later asked Stacy for a job, even though I had no experience whatsoever, and she took a chance on me. She wanted to see me grow and succeed, and I was able to do that in that class, quickly moving up to being the lead teacher of that class that I had once taken as a young kid. And I saw so many kids affected by my teaching and just the love that they had for cooking and the love that I had for them. You know, Stacy always walked me through scenarios, and she helped me through situations that maybe were not the best. And she helped me when I was in a position when I worked at summer camp to really grow as a person and grow as a worker. And for that, I am eternally grateful for her. The Health Barn is such an asset to this community because it helps people who are maybe not the typical person in Ridgewood. They may not be the typical sports person, but they are people from Ridgewood too. And everybody in Ridgewood deserves the chance to do something that they love and to do something different. And it doesn't always have to be lacrosse. There are so many great things that Ridgewood has to offer, and Health Barn is one of them. And it transforms children's lives, and it has transformed my life too. And I hope that you can see my life transformation, and Ethan's and Sophia's and everybody else who just talked, they were powerful too. But I'm showing you that I have been so affected by this, and I am forever grateful for Stacy, and so many other people are, through healing meals and through programs for kids with special needs. She helps everybody out of the kindness of our heart, and it would be an absolute shame to lose her as a tenant for the Village of Ridgewood, not only for the financial reasons, but also for the love of the village and just for our spirit. We've been really brought down by COVID-19, but that doesn't mean that we have to lose our spirit as a village. You know, I've only lived here for 4 years, and I have seen what an amazing place this is to be. And part of that is because of Health Barn. I drive by near Havelnicker Park, and I think about all the wonderful times that I had working at Health Barn and going to Health Barn. And it's just a place in Ridgewood that will always feel like home to me. And for Ridgewood to feel like home to me, Health Barn is a part of that. And I am forever grateful to Stacy. And I really do think that you should consider renewing her lease, and also for bringing the information to public comment so that we can see the fair, transparent process to possibly giving her back that lease. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you all stay safe.
Thank you, Matthew. You too. Have a good evening.
Okay, our next caller is Nancy Curry.
Hi, Nancy. Name and address for the record.
Nancy Curry, 260 Woodside Avenue. I'd like to mirror what a lot of people have said so effectively about the Health Barn. The Health Barn, located in Habernick Park, has been a model tenant, has paid the rent, $45,000 per year, and fulfilled the capital improvements of $60,000 in the Habernacle building. The cash-strapped village should begin taking steps to recommit to a new lease with Health Barn during the next few months, rather than seeking to terminate the relationship, especially since they are approved by the New Jersey Green Acres, which is a minimum of a 9-month process for approval. Health Barn's current lease benefits the Ridgewood taxpayer $45,400 annually. Added to that, there is a 60-40 split of revenue with the park's partnership programming, which yields an additional approximately $5,000 per year, depending on the year and lineup of programming. The Health Barn provides many invaluable education and recreational services to the village. Beyond the measurable financial and community benefits, the Health Barn also provides the following to Habernicle Park: added security, beautification, insurance. Health Barn is self-insured and thwarts the possibility of an attractive nuisance if the gatehouse were to be vacant. The public-private model of Health Barn will need to be replicated in other parks that house buildings such as Shedler, unless the taxpayer wishes to be burdened with the cost of unoccupied park buildings. Clearly, this business model is something Ridgewood should be looking to expand rather than remove. I thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening, Nancy. That was weird. Are we okay, Dylan?
Yeah, the Lawrence fine. He's using an old version of Zoom. It's not letting me allow him to talk that way. So let me see if I can make him a panelist. All right, here we go. There he is.
Oh, hi, Lawrence.
Lawrence, please unmute.
Where'd he go?
Hello.
Hi, Lawrence. Name and address
My
for the
name
record.
is.
Lawrence.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Fine. I'm a senior at Ridgewood High School. I just wanted to comment about the gun range proposal. I was a little bit concerned about that. I'm interested in finding out more information. I know there's been very limited information so far. I'm a little concerned about why we would need a gun range, and I'm also concerned about the specifics of having it in a residential area in Ridgewood. I know in the past we've used other towns. I just seems, especially at a time like this, to pour money into something like that when tabled project with our schools, our downtown could also really use a big boost. And I feel that there'd be a better way we can allocate resources. And another thing, I was also concerned about the issue with the municipal election on the appeal of that. I feel that regardless of how people thought about that, the vote went a certain way, and that's how the election worked. So I was concerned about that as well. Thank you.
May I ask your address, please?
Lawrence, just your address.
365
Would you repeat that?
Lawrence, I actually know your address, but say it one more time. Just unmute and say it one more time.
365.
We're losing them.
365 Woodbine Court.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening, Lawrence.
All right, hold on one second. Okay, next person up is Terry Levy.
Hi, Terry. Please unmute and name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is actually Rob Levy. You've already spoken to my son, Ethan, so I apologize if there's a little bit of repetition. We live at 84 Wildwood Road. I have been a proud member of the Ridgewood community for almost 20 years when my wife and I moved here from New York. I honestly have never spoken at a town meeting before, but felt compelled to do so as the health barn issue is near and dear to us as a family. Growing up, I was a pretty typical sporty kid. I played basketball, baseball, tennis, many other sports. Honestly, I would have never thought of participating in a place like Health Barn when I was a child, for no other reason than I was just happily engaged in my athletics. But when I became a father of three, I quickly learned that all children are different and individuals, and that their differences need to be embraced and developed, and that they need to be provided with opportunities to enhance who they naturally are. Two of my children are sports oriented, and Ridgewood has provided wonderful opportunities for them. My third child, Ethan, who you have met, is not. Which brings me to Ridgewood and Health Barn. When my wife, Terry, and I were looking for places to live and move from New York in early 2001, we visited many of the typical communities around New Jersey, Westchester, Long Island, that many of us know. We chose Ridgewood for a number of reasons. Its wonderful schools, beautiful architecture, train, commute into New York. But one of the key reasons we chose Ridgewood was because of the opportunities we felt the town would provide for our future family. The diversity of opportunity in a town like ours is something I think we should all celebrate. My son, Ethan, is not one of those typical sporty kids. He's a fantastic, smart, funny, caring individual who is just a bit different. He likes to read, cook, bake, write, and dream. To Ethan, Health Barn has been a godsend. He goes there after school at least once a week. He typically goes there during vacations from school, and he went there this summer when we were all dealing with the impact of COVID. He cooks, he composts, he gardens. He has helped Stacy develop and try out new recipes. He has learned to cook and eat in a healthy way. But most importantly, he is guided and cared for by a wonderful group of people who care about him. And he has met a fantastic group of friends there, other kids who think and act just like he does. Ethan has also become involved with the Healing Meals program that he describes, in which Stacy leads. Once a month at 6 o'clock at night, he energetically goes to an industrial kitchen in Hawthorne and cooks with Stacy and a crew of other people to help those in our community who can't fend for themselves. Through this, Ethan has learned the blessings of giving and charity. I ask the people of Ridgewood to please consider these children when making your decision. Health Barn is a one of a kind place that serves an important part of our community and provides a healthy and safe outlet for many of our children. In my humble view, Our town would be diminished without a place like this for children like Ethan.
Rob,
Please don't
Rob,
let.
I'm sorry, Rob. I don't
Oh,
mean to interrupt, but your time is up. But I thought
Oh,
you.
okay. That's fine. I've said everything. I appreciate everybody's time tonight. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening. All right. I think is that?
I mean, sorry.
Okay. I think
We're at 40 minutes right now, so I don't know if you want to entertain one more.
How many are left in the queue, Dylan?
5.
Okay. Let's just we're going to ask everybody to just make a very brief comment, as brief as possible, and see if we can't get through the next 5 very quickly. So if anybody's listening, we only have 40 minutes in public comment. We're going past that, so I'm going to ask everyone to quickly make brief comments. If you can't make a brief comment, then you know, we're going to have to cut you off. So go ahead, Dylan.
Okay, Jeannie Thiessen. Jeannie, please unmute.
Name and address for the record. And Jean, just go ahead.
I'm unmuted. Hi, it's Jean Tyson, 354 Fairfield Ave. I have a quick point to make on 3 topics. The first is Pam Perrin. I would like to thank you for representing our residents by objecting to spending more of our residents' tax revenue to the village tax revenue to appeal the one village, one vote case yet again. Judges have already ruled on this multiple times. The very idea of our council spending money to disenfranchise Ridgewood residents is absolutely appalling. So I hope that we rethink that. The second point I have is on the health barn. I'm just unable to understand where there's any value, because I mean, all of this has been done behind closed doors. So I don't know what the arguments are. I've never heard any reason that our community would decide not to renew the lease. It maintains much needed revenue in addition to the significant charitable benefit that people of all ages have from the health barn. There has never been any point made by a resident on any call or in any public forum as to why we would not renew the lease. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like a Grinch move, I guess, not to renew it. The gun range, there's a lot to be learned on this. Obviously, my initial reaction is I don't understand why we need to provide $5 million in capital expenses when our village is in a situation where revenues are a concern, our budget is a concern. So there's a lot to be learned, and I hope that that's all done in public conversation, and I hope that we do not expend any money on learning more about the gun range until we figure out why we would want to do that. It should be, I would expect, a gun range should be something that should be part of shared services provided by the county. I do understand the limited knowledge that I have is that there are a lot of towns that use the currently provided gun range. And so we would like to make it easier or more efficient for our police officers to be able to go and do their certification. I understand that. But for Ridgewood to be expending $5 million in the middle of a pandemic on something like this, there's a lot to be learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're going to try this one more time. We're just going to give one more. Please, I'm asking if you're calling in, please keep your comment as brief as possible because we're exceeding our time for public comment. So we're going to, if this will be the last opportunity if we can't keep them brief. Go ahead. Dylan,
Okay.
one more.
Deborah Ligori.
Hi, Deborah. Deborah, unmute, please.
Got it. Okay.
And Deborah, if you don't mind, if you could just keep your comments very brief.
I'll be really quick.
Thank you.
I used to be a New Yorker, so I can do this fast.
I
I agree with all the comments I've heard about the health barn. In addition to that, since I heard about the lease not being renewed, I learned that a main reason for canceling the lease was complaints by 2 residents specifically about the buses. I understand these buses at times, if not all the time, bring in children from underprivileged neighborhoods to Ridgewood so they can learn healthy habits, how to care for our environment, and in this year, so that they can get outside with other children in a safe and nurturing environment. It seems to me that it would be shameful for us to make a decision that would in effect prohibit these kids from these invaluable benefits simply because the buses are seen as a nuisance by a few. I live directly across from Graydon Pool. I see buses roll in and out from my property all summer long. Sometimes they carry village campers, and other times they carry children from other neighboring towns to offer summer respite. I live across the street from a church. We get a lot of cars parked on the street. Buses and cars don't bother me in the least when they offer children an opportunity to develop emotionally and socially for the better. I trust many other residents would agree. Please consider this. All
Deborah,
done. Thank you.
Deborah, before you go, Deborah, could you just state your name and address for the record?
Oh, yes. Deborah Ligori, 319 Meadowbrook Avenue.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're just going to move on with the agenda because I think it's a little difficult to keep these comments brief at this point. So we're going to move on. We'll go
The
into
manager's report.
Manager's report.
The Village of Ridgewood's Downtown for the Holidays event has been revised due to COVID-19 pandemic. Social distancing and face masks will be required. The event will be held this Friday, December 4th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. As you stroll on the sidewalks of the Central Business District, we welcome you to view the Village Christmas tree at the corner of East Ridgewood Avenue and Broad Street, which will already be lit. The trees in Memorial Park at Van Ness Square and at Station Plaza will be decorated with festive ornaments donated by residents, businesses, groups, and organizations. Look at the beautifully decorated windows of our stores and restaurants. Stop by the Kids Corner with a drawing to take home and submit for a prize. There'll be music through the area by various groups. Mimes and dancers from Heart in Motion and Art in Motion Studio and Dance Theater will be in store windows. Santa Claus will be in Panico, and the Grinch will also be appearing on various rooftops throughout the Central Business District. See if you can find them. Our stores and eateries welcome you as we all join together to start the holiday season. There will also be a Grinch hunt because we don't want the Grinch to spoil the holidays in Ridgewood. The Grinch can be found from December 4th through December 21st in 28 of our local stores and eateries on both the east side and west side of the Central Business District. When you find the Grinch in a store or eatery, you will provide your contact information to be entered into a prize drawing to win one of the Grinches to bring home with you. The more Grinches that you see, the more entries you will receive for the prize drawing. Only one entry per person for each business or eatery. The deadline for entries is December 21st. Beginning December 10th, the light of the menorah will shine at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. There will be no lighting event or gathering this year. The regional community drive-through COVID-19 testing at Bergen Community College will be done during the month of December, and it will continue on a random basis from an 8 a.m. check-in to testing from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. until December 30th. Pre-registration is required. Further details are on the village website and also in the e-notice that was sent out this afternoon. Saturday, December 5th, the Chamber of Commerce will hold holiday sales to help start your holiday shopping. There will be 27 local stores participating and lots of bargains. Free parking on the 3 Saturdays leading up to Christmas, December 5th, December 12th, and December 19th. There is free parking in all parking lots, including the new Hudson Street parking garage. Street parking will remain at $1.25 an hour during this event. I just want to mention that the parking area near the Christmas tree and also on the other side by the entrance by McMurphy's on the other side of the train station lot are not parking lots, and actually you still have to pay in those areas. Toiletry collection for those in need. New unused toiletries can be dropped off through December 17th at the YMCA, Bookends, Araya Rebirth, Hillman Lighting, Chestnut Catering, and the AT&T store on Route 17 and the Ridgewood Public Library. These will go to places such as Ridgecrest, Social Services, Westburg Mental Health Care for those who need toiletries, which are not covered by SNAP, which used to be food stamps. The Hudson Street garage is open on all levels, and there are different requirements on each level, but every level is open to anyone to park there after 12 noon on any day. The first level is all 3-hour parking all the time. It is $1 per hour. You may park by Park Mobile or by hang tag if you have, on another level and the second and third levels, as well as the fourth levels, you can park by a hang tag, either a CBD hang tag or a parking pass. But other than that, from 12 noon forward, anyone can park for 3 hours and then either pay the kiosk or pay through Park Mobile. There are complimentary parking spaces in the Central Business District. We have 15-minute, these 15-minute spots are located on Oak Street, Chestnut Street, North Broad Street, off of East Ridgewood Avenue, and then also Wellesley Square on the west side. These parking spaces are limited to 15 minutes only. They are free of charge to anyone, and they'll be used to do a quick errand or pick up food or visit a business. These spaces have been generously donated and sponsored by several local businesses and Ridgewood residents, and those sponsors are acknowledged on the 15-minute parking signs. The 2020 leaf collection placement schedule is on the yellow postcard, which was sent out to you. It's also on our village website. We are a bit behind because we never know when the leaves are going to fall. However, we do urge you not to put out leaves past your leaf placement date, and our crews will be coming afterwards. We're hoping to catch up with the weather, which isn't too bad at the moment, and we're hoping to get it all done as quickly as possible. Again, you can check our website on the homepage, on the tile that says leaf placement. The Welcome Back to Ridgewood, New Jersey event has been put on hiatus until next year, when perhaps the weather will be warmer. We are going to have another mobile shredding event this Saturday, December 5th, from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. It's at Rain or Shine at the Graden Pool parking lot. It's till 12:30 p.m. or until the truck is full. The last time when we had this, it did fill before 12:30, so I urge everyone to get there early. This is open to free to all Ridgewood residents and businesses. The limit is 4 cardboard boxes, and no plastic bags will be accepted. Again, please get there early because once that truck is full, it's gone. Cards of Joy. This is writing letters and cards to those who may need extra cheer or are alone during the holidays, and this is an easy way to make a big difference. They love it when the cards are detailed, thoughtful, and heartfelt. Completed cards can be dropped off at the Ridgewood Public Library by December 11th. Village Council upcoming meetings are broadcast live. They're live streamed. They're on YouTube. They are on the public access channels, and you can also join on the Zoom meeting and watch. December 9th is our Village Council public meeting at 8 p.m. January 6th is our Village Council public work session at 7:30 p.m. And then January 13th will be our Village Council public meeting at 8 p.m. Please remember that the public meetings where action is taken by the Village Council instead of discussion. Tonight is a work session because we discuss. Next week will be a public meeting where resolutions and ordinances are adopted or discussed or introduced. They begin at 8 p.m. There is a 7:30 p.m. Meeting, which anyone can attend. We are required to allow for public comments at all meetings. However, if you want your comments to be recorded in the main part of the meeting, wait until 8 o'clock for the public meeting meetings because they start at 8. All the work sessions start at 7:30. It will still be recorded if you come to the 7:30 meeting for the public meeting. It's just that that's really when the council reviews the agenda for the public meeting and discusses that, and that's usually the end of it. But certainly, either way you can comment, but if you wanted the main part of the meeting, remember for public meetings, be at the 8 o'clock meeting. That's all I have.
I just had a quick question about Shred Day. I read something on social media where I should probably stay off of sometimes, but I read that somebody approached the on Shred Day, the last go around, they walked up and that they weren't permitted to walk up to the truck. There are 2 boxes of shred documents to be shredded. So is there a rule about vehicles or walking up versus?
Rich Calby may be able to answer that.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mayor, because of COVID, we're requiring all the residents to stay in their car.
Wait, is everybody having a hard time hearing Rich?
Yeah.
Yes.
But due to COVID, he said, we're requiring people to stay in their cars.
Oh, okay. So COVID was the reason. Up until COVID, they were allowed to walk up to the shred. Okay, understood.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so everybody out there, drive there with your boxes for Shred Day. All right, with that, we'll go on to council reports. We'll start with Councilwoman Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. And like I said at the last meeting, you know you're getting old when shred day is exciting. I'm not the only one, by the way. There's lots of people that love shred day. I just have Fields Committee to report. They gave a quick update on the lighting at Maple Field. So as we all know, Maple Field is in a flood zone, and there have been some extra precautionary measures taken with the electricity at the field. So because of all the rain we've had, not the best time to be doing electric work. So they did have to change a couple of things to make it safer. So they had to redesign the pedestal to make it a little bit higher so that all of the conduit, I'm not an electrician, but it's higher and it's not in what would be considered, you know, the ground in the floodway. So they did have to do some of that, and it is taking a little bit longer to get the lighting done. The other topic that came up, according to our field policy, we typically, to let the grass fields rest, we close the fields after all the fall sports are completed. And we close all the fields typically, but there's nothing to say that we can't use the turf fields. And since we've really had some challenges with sports and the number of people gathering, they're probably going to use some of the fields, some of the turf fields for an extended amount of time because there's lots of different programs, soccer, football, lax, the roller hockey rink. So they're probably going to use some of those fields a little bit longer so that we can get kids out of the house and get them doing their sporting events. So that's just something for people to be aware of because typically we close all the fields down. So they usually close November 30th and then open back up in March. So they just wanted everybody to be aware of that. RBSA is still planning its opening day. We don't have the exact date on it. It's typically the last Saturday in April. So we're hoping that we just don't know what's happening with COVID. So we're hoping that we're gonna have our opening day, and Lax Day right now is kind of penciled in for May 8th on the calendar as well. Obviously everybody knows there were different changes to the athletic schedules. The NJSIAA changed the winter schedule. So some of the other sports aren't going to actually start for a couple of months because of COVID. So that's the other challenge we had. We did talk about the vandalism again, and we're taking as many precautions as we can to make sure if they see anybody on the fields that's not supposed to be on the fields, to ensure that they know that, you know, they're not permitted to do certain activities on the fields. I know that our police department is also making sure that there were some bushes trimmed and there's some other things for spots that maybe weren't as visible, so that they can see in when they are patrolling the area to make sure that there's no ability to go unseen. Let's put it that way. And that's all I have for that. And then just a reminder, if anybody needs information on the Cards of Joy, they can just email me at bwalsh@ridgewoodnj.net, and I can send you like the little instructions if you're really not sure how to get started on the Cards of Joy. That's it.
I have a quick question, Bernie. On the pedestals on the lights, what does that mean? Like, what does that increase the height?
If you ever look at the light stanchions, they're kind of built up. So there's like a pedestal, and then there's the pole. So they had to raise, I wrote it down exactly. So they needed to redesign, and the pedestal needed to be raised and reinforced based on the regulations because of the floodway.
So, but I guess the question I have is that we worked hard to make certain that those lights were a specific height. So is that increasing the actual height of the light? And then there was a whole, the casting on the light. It was, you know, all those specifics as to how the field is lit. So I'm just wondering, how much higher now are the lights going to be, if at all?
That's a good question. I'm going to have to get that. We didn't discuss the height. I was under the impression that the base was going to be made higher, but then they would make the the stem, for lack of a better term, shorter to meet the height requirement. Because remember, they're working off plans and specs, and height is one of the plan and specs. So I would imagine, because the pole is really just an empty pole with some, wiring inside it. So my guess is, but I will find out because I don't have the exact answer to that.
Yeah, I think we should confirm that because that was a big topic over the top of the trees, right? Okay, great. Okay, good. All right. Perfect. Thank you. And you can email me cards of joy info if you don't mind. Even though I know it, but just email. Okay.
Absolutely. Yep. I'll send it to everybody on the council.
Send it to all of us. We could all do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Perrin. Pam, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Open Space Committee met on November 17th. We welcomed our new member, Fred Jubitz. We spoke about the recreation and open space inventory and whether that needs to be updated. We also talked about the committee's presence on the village website and whether there could be pictures of our open spaces and linked to that. And our student intern is looking into what other open space committees do in other towns. Our next meeting will be January 21st at 7 p.m. Contact Dylan or me if you would like to attend. The CB met on November 12th. We discussed the marketing initiative that I mentioned at our last workshop. And we are also working up an inventory of what sort of things our town already has versus the things that a business improvement district could provide for the central business district, so that we'll understand what the gap is and what a business improvement district would be left to do if we pursued that. We are also going to be drafting a flyer for village CBD employees to inform them of the parking in the central business district. Our next meeting will be December 10th at 8:30 a.m. If you would like to attend, please contact me. Green Ridgewood hasn't met since our last meeting. It meets tomorrow night. For that one, that's also by Zoom. If you would like to attend, contact me or Dylan. That's Dylan Hansen, the IT director for the village. The Chamber of Commerce met. They put out a new guide. It went out to every household. It's really very nicely done. We discussed whether Sunday closing laws could be loosened in Bergen County. That's not as easy a lift as it might sound. I've done some legal research on it. And let's see, we also, the Chamber of Commerce is also working on a shop local card. And of course, we discussed downtown for the holidays because that is upcoming and everybody's very excited about it. We also discussed the success of the pedestrian mall and its effect on retailers. And that's about it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilwoman Reynolds.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Okay, the November Citizen Safety Advisory Committee was canceled because of new COVID-19 restrictions. We have decided to do Zoom meetings from now on. We've never done that before. So our first Zoom meeting is going to be held December 17th at 7:30. If you want to join, again, you can contact me or Dylan. The planning board met last night and we continued to hear the Hopper Ridge Condominium Association application. It was basically all questions last night. Questions were asked from the board members to the experts, as well as several members of the public asked questions. We didn't get to the end, obviously. That will continue. Mayor, I'm going to ask you, I don't know, did we choose a date? Is it going to continue on December 15th or did they not pick a date?
I believe we're continuing on the 15th.
The 15th. Okay. All right. So that'll be the next meeting. And then lastly, I really just want to acknowledge a passing in the village, the building department director, Tom Yatka, who I've known for years, several years, just because myself and my husband have used the building department on several occasions, and he has always been a perfect gentleman and very helpful, and will be a big loss for the village of Ridgewood. And, you know, my condolences to his family. And that's it.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we're going to hear from the Shade Tree Commission briefly after these reports. And then tomorrow, all my other committees meet. The Community Center Advisory Committee meets at 5. Green Team meets at 7. And the Ridgewood Arts Council will be meeting for the first time since the pandemic started at 7:30. So that's my report.
Great, thank you. That was brief. Okay, so I'm up. Community Access Network, our special needs group, met about a week and a half ago. We discussed the upcoming, hopefully we anticipate late spring opening of our special needs housing project, which is super exciting. Many are very anxious to file applications, and we remind everyone that United Way and Madeline House applications are through either one of those. I don't know if we've posted that on the village website, but it is a special needs 8 supportive units and 8 independent units for special needs housing, and that's right downtown Ridgewood. And so we're really excited about this project, and everyone in the special needs community is super excited. We also discussed the Royd grant that's been submitted, and we're on target to have that approved, hopefully. And what kind of different programming we might be able to offer to our special needs community through Royd. And just for everyone, is the Royd grant is recreational opportunities for individuals with disabilities. So it's an important grant that we apply for every year, and there are different programs offered through that. Let me just see. Planning board did meet last night. It was a long meeting, interesting meeting, as Councilman Reynolds pointed out. And I did want to point out Ridgewood Arts Council. Anybody who gets downtown to look at the windows, the Ridgewood Arts Council once again this year did the window display contest, and the windows are absolutely magnificent. So please get downtown, take a look. Everything looks gorgeous. Not everyone who participated in the contest, not everyone who decorated the windows actually participated in the contest, but we do pick out for second and third place windows for that. And we're really excited about the programs for downtown for the holidays. And I know the village manager went through those with the Grinch theme, and go find the Grinch, go through this, I think 28 Grinches hiding downtown everywhere. Get out there, fill out the Grinch form. And the train tunnel has been decorated, which is really exciting. We want to give a shout out to Councilwoman Reynolds, who joined us to help decorate. Mr. Knudsen, Stacy Tapasaris, and our traffic and signal division. Everyone was down there. Everyone was helping, and it looks for adorable. So get down to the tunnel, check it out, and maybe you'll find a Grinch down there. I think that might be it. Let me just check one last thing. Okay, yes, and actually we want to thank the village manager for her assistance for getting that taken care of as well. So with that, is there anything else? We're good. All right, we're going to go to the, Mike, did you want to introduce the tree inventory? Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, sure.
Going to that? Because this is like your wheelhouse. It's something you've worked on for a really long time, so go on ahead.
Right. So this is, it's been several attempts have been made to get it done through grants, and we finally done it through a blend of grants and money allocated through the Village of Ridgewood. It takes into account many of the street trees, not all of them, but I think all of the street trees on village streets, it doesn't take into account the trees on county roads or in parks or, of course, on private property. But it does cover the purview of the trees under the care of the village, and it tells us pretty much where the trees are located, what types of trees they are, what kind of condition they're in. Gives us ideas of where to plant trees. And Declan Madden is here, the village arborist, and he worked with Ian Keller and Andrew Lowry and the Shade Tree Commission. And I'd really just like to thank everybody who's been involved in this, because it's been a long time coming. It's going to be a valuable tool for the village to use going forward in not only maintaining our current tree stock, but also in allowing us to expand it and replace it with suggestions on where to put new trees. And it's going to be jam-packed with a lot of good information that people have been waiting for. So let's take it away.
Are the presenters?
I'm bringing them in.
Okay, they're coming in now.
I'm bringing in Manish. Here are Manish.
Are you showing two screens?
He's got his one for his computer for his showing his presentation, and then his other line for communication. Manish, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I hope you can see my screen at this point.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. So I'm gonna just slide back one to begin. So before I begin dive into the slides, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mike Seaton and Andrew Lowry, Ian Keller, and everybody from Nancy Bigos's team who helped us put this presentation together, and not to mention all the tree inventory work which was done. So there was countless hours which went in to put this presentation together, and countless days and weeks which went in to collect this inventory. It's a very valuable tool, as Mr. Seaton mentioned. So I'm here to present key findings for you. I would be going through about 7 or 10 slides, and then from there onwards, we are happy to take the questions. Nancy has graciously agreed to field most of the questions as you have. Right, so with that, this is primarily our attempt to understand Ridgewood's urban forest structure and what is the value it promotes. This inventory will promote your decisions, management decisions, to improve the public health and environment quality. We had hired a third party who did this inventory analysis for us and collection for us. All the data is stored on Village of Ridgewood's Esri GIS database, and the inventory was done during June 2020 and through October 2020. Okay, so key findings. Total inventory of 9,025 trees and 192 stumps was documented. The overall condition of tree population in Ridgewood is rated as fair. I've put the breakdown here, but at high level, you can feel good about the amount and the condition of trees which we have. A total of 135 species representing 60 genera were identified. Most common species shouldn't be much surprise to any of us, are maple, oak, zelkova, and ash. 70% of our trees are in young and established category, which is 0 to 8 inches in diameter and between 9 to 17 inches in diameter. So that's a very good mix, and that's a very good percentage which we should be striving to maintain going forward as well. I think the key piece which should be, very valuable for all of us to learn and understand is the economic benefit it brings to Village of Ridgewood. $1.1 million is the assessed value of this asset. And when I refer to asset as the collection of all the trees which Village of Ridgewood owns, there is a breakdown of each one of types of benefits. I will not be going over every single one, but as you can look at it, from saving the water to energy, improving our air quality, to greenhouse gas benefits, and even down to property value benefits, which directly translates into the property taxes as a revenue for Village of Ridgewood. So these are the key findings I want to bring to your attention. The next thing which we are going to dive into is the species diversity. This is one of the key areas of focus. We all would like to make sure that it is sufficiently diversified and no particular species should be more than 20%. And we are right at that stage. We are, maple is 21%, but most of the other majority category species are very well diversified. We do not have a problem in this space, with a minor exception of ash trees. And we should continue on this path in terms of planting all the trees going forward in the future years and maintain this type of balance. In terms of age of trees, how we assess it is based on a scale called DBH, diameter at the breast height. Basically, it is the diameter of the tree 4.5 feet from its bottom or its root. And Village of Ridgewood trees are very close to the ideal distribution, what should be. And as you can see on the chart here, we are looking at the bar charts, the green charts, as actual values of Ridgewood trees compared to the ideal mix which a town should have in the gray or brown line here. And one place where we are lacking a little bit is younger trees, and it revalidates our strategy of continuing to plant younger trees at the higher annual rate than what we have been doing. And this has been recommendation from Shade Tree Commission and Parks and Rec Department for a while. So I'd like to request Council to definitely take a note of this particular finding. So speaking of ash tree management, by now it is well known that all the ash tree population faces a big threat from EAB, the emerald ash borer. And this is particularly a problem in our town and towns around Ridgewood. Total of 618 ash trees were identified. Most of them are in very good condition. As you can see, about 87% of them are in very good condition, which indicates that we don't have ash tree problem yet. What this is assessed based on is the visual signs which were collected and documented during this tree inventory exercise. This does not necessarily mean that all of them do not have any kind of infestation. It just means that it does not visibly show. And based on that information, we are projecting out that if at all any of these trees have infestation, it might be in the initial stages, which is 0 to 3 years of infestation, when visual indications are not present. What we recommend is an ash tree plan, management plan be developed to address this issue. In coming 5 to 10 years, this will become a problem and will need attention and a decent amount of money and resources from the town to be able to address it safely. There will be more detailed set of recommendations, which we will be coming back to council and present this. Just one caveat here is because the inventory is not 100% complete, as in what Mr. Seaton just referred to, is county roads and parks were not part of this collection, and hence the percentages and the total counts may differ once we complete that collection. So coming to the tree plantings, which obviously is one of the things which we want to highlight, how many trees we are losing due to natural mortality rate or threats like weather events. We are losing about 2.5% annually, which is about 250 trees every year. And for us to maintain and improve upon tree canopy, we are recommending at least 350 new trees are planted annually. Now, of course, this is aspirational target, which we would like to get to. And given the conditions, we should shoot for at least 350, in some years more, and probably some years, some less, given the budget situation. But we definitely see during this inventory collection that younger trees are a little less than our ideal mix, and it is going to be important to focus on planting more younger trees. So the next steps, pretty clear in terms of very first thing which we would like to recommend is completion of this tree inventory data. So we are almost there. I would say we do need to collect a full picture, including county roads and parks. Additional money should be allocated for 2021. This $20,000 is just an approximate, given number of trees which are possibly left on these roads and parks. We would highly recommend that as part of your budget exercise for 2021, some part of this tree collection should be covered. If not for all for next year, then over the period of 2 years. The second point I'd like to highlight, and this is one of the most important pieces, takeaways from this presentation, is we need to ensure that the maintenance of this tree inventory data is being done on a very regular basis. And I would go as far as recommending this be updated every week, and it should be part of the workflow which Parks and Rec Department does today when they are maintaining trees, removing trees, or planting new ones. All of these changes to the actual information, if not reflected in the tree inventory database, this valuable tool and database which we have is going to start basically reducing its value, reducing its effectiveness as a tool for all of you and all of Parks and Rec Department to utilize in good fashion. So this is one of the strongest recommendation which we'd like to do, even if it means it needs increase in resources from Parks and Rec Department. The third recommendation is the ash tree maintenance and removal. We, as in Shade Tree Commission members, we are still discussing what is the most optimal plan for us, given our spread of ash trees here in Ridgewood. We would like to ensure that in next 1 year, we do have a plan, and plan should be inclusive of all the departments, all the impacted parties, which can then project out the cost which Village of Ridgewood is going to incur to manage or remove the ash trees. And how does that look like, so that not just yourself, but many more councils to come from now can take advantage of that plan and continue to execute on it. The last and critical part of why Shade Tree Commission is here today is to make the recommendation for planting. We do need 350 plus new trees annually, at the very least, to make sure that it maintains our effectiveness in terms of tree canopy in Village of Ridgewood, keeping the return of investment. As you saw, the $1.1 million asset which we have, it will start losing its value if the new trees are not continuously planted to replace the ones which are being removed for one reason or the other. So with that, I'm gonna pause here for any questions and answers, and I would request Nancy and Ian and David to jump in if any of these questions are directed to you.
Okay. Members, questions?
I'd just like to take a moment to thank Manish for setting up the putting together the presentation and delivering the presentation. It was excellent, and I'm sorry I forgot to mention Manish in the beginning, but obviously he was a big part of this presentation as well, and I would be remiss not to do that. But having been involved in the Shade Tree Commission for the past 6.5 years, I'm very familiar with a lot of this stuff. So I'd like to open, if anyone else has questions there, please go ahead.
So anyone yet?
Yes, I have.
Could I just say, if he could unshare his screen, we could see everyone.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. Thanks. Good idea.
Yes, I just stopped sharing.
Go ahead, Pam, sorry.
Thank you so much for putting this in language that the layman can understand. It really outlines the whole situation for us. And I did watch the planting of one tree, and it took hours and hours. And that was just the tail end of the work, because so much of the marking out of utilities so that the planting wouldn't cut lines had already happened. And so the work that goes into this, I didn't realize how involved it is. And a forklift was used for it. And in terms of making it more affordable for next year, should we be considering planting not only these young trees, but also whips? And I guess, I don't know, Dylan, would you be the best one to, Declan, would you be the best one to answer that?
Yeah, we find that it's best to plant trees in the 2 to 2.5 inch caliper range, because they just stand up a little better than whips, and the whips tend to dry out a lot quicker than a larger sized tree, which has, a decent sized root ball attached to it, as you witnessed with the planting. And a whip doesn't have that. It has a very small root ball, and it can dry out very easily. So we prefer to stick with in the 2 to 2.5 caliper range of trees when we plant.
I did want to reiterate to all those lucky homeowners who just had a tree planted in front of your house, please water it before the ground freezes. It's very important. Nobody else is available right now to come and do that for you. So any efforts you put into that would be greatly appreciated.
Thanks. Any questions from council?
I have a question. So just on the ash tree, the emerald ash borer, I've not heard of that, but I mean, it sounds horrible if we could possibly lose 618 trees. Are there things that can be done to prevent it, is it expensive? Are you trying to weigh which is better, just to take them out and replace them, or try and treat the ones we have?
Yes, so Lorraine, the emerald ash borer problem, the EAB bug infestation is treatable to some extent. That's the best which we can do. Unfortunately, that treatment is required for a very long period until this whole species of insect dies or passes through the region, which is unfortunately projected out to be about 15 to 20 years from our region. So that's a decent amount of period which you need to care for. And those treatments are absolutely available and applicable for 87% of our population, ash tree population, which you saw here. Those are not as expensive as removing the tree. So the treatment is generally about $200 per tree. And I'm just quoting a very rough number, as opposed to $2,000 to remove a tree. So
is that 200 per year?
Yes, 200 per year, exactly. Yes, to 200 per year. So there are certain towns who have done a removal of all of their ash trees in one shot, 1 year, and just take the hit, couple of $1 million. A couple of towns have taken a mixed bag approach, say try to save all the healthy trees or the important trees and try to keep them around for as long as you can with the treatment and address a weaker or the trees which are a lot more infested and ready to die, try to remove them safely. So we are just trying to work out what's the best approach for our town and cost-effective approach. And that's where we will work with Nancy's team and other experts in the area in this particular space. And we will come back with proper recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to also add the trees that are not treated, it's 100% mortality.
Yes.
If they're not treated.
Go ahead, Bernie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. When the surveyors came down my street, they looked very official, I have to say, and they were going from tree to tree, and you could see that they were really engaged in what they were doing. And as Pam said, the people that are getting the trees that we're planting, I know a lot of people that have finally gotten a tree, and they're so happy that they have a tree. So it is an exciting thing when you get a tree in front of your house. So that's one thing. The couple of questions I had were, so you talk about the eco benefits, and I know that the deputy mayor works on the sustainable Jersey, but are there any other benefits that maybe grants that we can write based on these? Like, I don't know where this is determined from, but can we use this data as a support for us to get more grants, that we are making sustainable solutions, so therefore we should be given grants to continue so that we can plant the 350 trees a year. So I guess my question is, what can we do with all this data to kind of help us continue the process? Because is the 20,000 to purchase and plant the trees, 350 trees, or is it just to purchase the trees?
So let me clarify a couple of things. I'll start with the last question first. That 20,000 was to collect the inventory only for remainder of the trees, which are on county roads as well as in our parks.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So that's the first clarification. The response to the eco benefits and how it can assist us in terms of future grants, absolutely. That was one of key reasons also for us to know what we have, because most of the grants do expect you to know and be aware of your tree inventory before they will start giving you grants. And this specific data shows towns' engagement and commitment to maintaining the right level of tree canopy and right mix of tree canopy, I should say. So I don't have all the grants listed offhand right now, but there are multiple grants which will be opening up for us just because of the fact that now we do have the tree inventory.
Okay, and then just a question. So does each tree, now I think we talked about this in the last meeting, does each tree have its own signifier or code? So each tree, so when you're talking about the extra workload, if, let's just say, for instance, there's a tree across from my house that they would come and take down, that tree would come off. So that code would be deleted, but the space would then transition. Like, what do you do? How does that plan? So if a tree is removed, is it planned to have a tree go back on that spot, or is there a tree planned to go back on that street? Or like, so what's the, because the canopy can be anywhere on the street. It doesn't it should be in that spot, I would think, but is there, like, what happens with that coding to make sure that there's integrity in the coding if you're planting and removing, I guess, or removing and planting?
I can take that, Manish, if you want.
Yes, please, Declan. Good. I was going to pass them to you and Ian.
When each tree has a GIS point with an ID number on it, so we can actually pull up that particular tree and you can check out the ID number of that particular species of tree. When the tree is removed, it then becomes a vacant site, which is a future planting site. Then we, in future years, when we plant that site, then it gets changed from a vacant site to a tree, and that new species of tree is noted in that planting. So then it becomes an asset to the town as a tree at that point.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, so thank you. I have a couple of questions. I just want to go back to the fair rating for our, I'm just trying to pull it back up here. So we identified a percentage of trees as being fair, correct? I'm looking
Yes.
for. And what
The
was
slide
that?
number 3, if you're looking for slide. Yep.
I'm sorry?
It's on slide number 3.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy on my thing.
Yep,
there.
second bullet.
Okay, slide number 3. Okay. All right, there it is. Good. Thank you. So the overall condition of the tree population is rated as fair at 63% of fair. That emerald ash, that tree, the ash trees factor into that. So is that actually creating a scenario where our tree, if we were to take those, remove those out of this equation, would our general tree population be healthy? I'm sorry?
No, I said that was a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so ash trees are certainly part of this split, which says 20% good and 63% fair and 17% poor. But just to clarify, the ash tree, as we mentioned, 87% of them are all rated in good condition, which means they are contributing to the good 20%, not to more fair and poor. And that is how it is going to change the dynamic if you were to just completely remove that data point out and then reflect what we have.
Right, which is an interesting equation because those are the trees we're mostly concerned with at this point. And so it would be interesting to understand how those numbers shift if that particular tree were removed. And then I also wanted to ask, in terms of the ash trees in Ridgewood, how does that compare to ash trees in other areas that have done a similar assessment? Do we
So
know?
Ian, do you want to take that? I know Ian has done a little bit more research than I did.
Yeah, I don't know if there are any adjacent towns that have an inventory yet. I remember it was not that long ago, maybe 3 years ago or so, when there was, one tree in Hillsdale that was confirmed to have EAB, and now it's kind of pretty much everywhere around here. I mean, not necessarily in every single tree, but if it's not in every tree now, it will be very soon. And I think it's about 7 years, give or take, from the point that it's first infested to when the tree dies. So, I'm assuming we're in the first couple of years in the infestation, because it's not really evident in the ash trees are all still healthy, at least the ones on village property. But that will change. It will change quickly. I think if we were to do nothing in 5 years, I would think the overwhelming number of the ash trees would be in poor condition. Fair would be like best case. Poor would be more likely, and and certainly by then some of them are going to be dead.
Okay. And okay.
Yeah, and just to point out on these are only trees on the trees we have identified are only on village right away, not in the parks and not on private property. So the sad truth is that there are thousands of ash trees in Ridgewood that will be dead in 10 years.
Right. Fascinating.
And we're on the hook for 600, 700, 800 of them, something like that. It's still unclear.
Okay. All right, I think that Councilwoman Walsh and Councilwoman Reynolds actually asked my other questions, so I think I'm good. But I too just wanted to say thank you. I know we can't see Andrew, Declan and Nancy, Andrew, Ian, of course, Manish and Mike Seed, and of course, for all your work as being the person who kind of got this Shade Tree Commission tossed at you so many years ago. But we really appreciate this. Does anyone have any other questions? I know questions beget questions.
Yeah, I have one more question. So if you treat these ash trees, well, if you don't, they're definitely going to die. We know that 100%. If you treat them, are they savable, or is it just prolonging the inevitable that they're going to die?
I just treated an ash tree on my property, and it's in good shape now. And if I keep treating it until this wave of ash borers moves through the area and kills all the other ash trees, yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay.
But we have to wait for all the other ash trees all the trees that are not being treated will die. So we have to wait, and then there will be nowhere there will be no hosts for that borer, right? So once there's no place for them to live, they're gone from the area, and then presumably you could stop treating unless they were to somehow get reintroduced. But we're talking 15, 20 years for that to really for us to be sure that that's worked its way out.
Is this something similar? Like, I had a couple purple plum trees that I lost with black knot, and I've heard like the entire state of New Jersey lost all the purple plum trees. Is it something? Is black knot a bug, or is it something similar, or no?
Black knot is a fungal disease on the branches and leaves of a purple leaf plum. Emerald ash borer is an insect that gets underneath the bark into the vascular system, or what we call the cambium of the tree, and it interrupts the plumbing of the tree. It stops the tree's ability for taking water from the ground and sending it up into the leaves and sending food down to the root from the leaves. So it interrupts the plumbing of the tree, is the simplest way to describe it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have just another question. So not everyone has landscapers, not everyone has like, an arborist coming around to their homes. So how do we as a village go out into the community at large and encourage people to understand? I mean, a lot of people like me wouldn't know an ash tree from a plum tree, whatever it was. So the question is, how do we go out into the world, and what information do we share forward to residents who may have ash trees and not be aware that they should have those treated? How do we message that, or do we?
Yeah, so there are many sites, many free webinars available. Back in a couple of years ago, physical seminars, when people used to gather together, some of the Shade Tree members, we had gone and attended a free seminar conducted by PSENG. Believe it or not, PSENG, Rutgers, there are lots of local institutions which are actually letting this information freely be available to everybody or anybody who wants to know. There are many websites. So we are happy to share that information. This is a great suggestion, Mayor Knudsen, that maybe on Village's website or any kind of flyers or email notifications when they go out, we can provide this type of additional information to the residents so that they can be aware of it. Identifying an ash tree to all the way to figuring out if you actually have a problem. From layman's perspective, a lot of this information is actually available, but confirming whether you have an infestation or not at this point, from what I know, and Declan, correct me if I'm wrong, is still it does require an arborist or somebody who is qualified and professional to say, yes, you do have an infestation.
Yes, you would have to have a qualified arborist check the tree out, and there are telltale signs that a trained arborist would recognize immediately if a tree was infested with emerald ash borer. And also, I would like to add that the treatments for this tree have to be, each treatment lasts 2 to 3 years, so they have to be redone on a 2 to 3 year basis for this 15-year cycle that they're predicting it will take for this bug to pass through the area. So it's every 2 or 3 years you would have to retreat the tree.
Yeah, so I just wonder if it's not something we should, sorry, Ian, I'm sorry, you were going to say something, but I just wonder if there's not like I said, I wouldn't know an ash tree if it were like right next to me right now. So what I'm saying is maybe we should have like a picture of an ash tree, something that we put on the village website, and we say, do you have these trees in your yard? So I think we need to message this out there so that people understand that, they might find their tree has an infestation and their trees are gone. And so I think it's important that we just have something even that we can put on the website in our little slideshow or something, anything that we can do to get that message out there, because I think most people don't know that there's a PSENG seminar or other things like that, but we need to message that out. Ian, were you going to say something? Sorry.
Yeah, we'll be coming back to you guys with a more specific, we'll hammer out some of the details. Hopefully we'll have more completed inventory data as well, but we'll come back with a little bit of a more ash tree specific presentation sometime next year. I would think that if the EAB is around and there's really no harm in treating. Like the tree that I treated it looks perfectly healthy and had absolutely zero signs of infestation. The problem is that by the time there's signs, there's damage. And if you want to keep the tree healthy, you have to be, very much on the front end of it. There is a certain point at which, there's no point in treating anymore. I don't think we're really that, I don't think anybody or many trees in Ridgewood would be at that point yet, but they probably will be, not too every year from now. I think the tipping point is going to be there for a lot more people. And so I think that, if there's a tree, if you have an ash tree, first we will help people identify ash trees, but if there's an ash tree that you like, get it treated. I paid $200. The thing is good for 2 or 3 years. I don't know. Eventually, I may end up taking that tree down anyway. But right now, it's a nice, healthy, mature tree. I was buying myself some time to kind of just see what happens. Who knows? That tree could get struck by lightning next year, and that's it. But if I know if I don't do anything to it, it would be dead in 5 to 10 years. So I treated it. I think it's safe to say, Declan will probably back me up. If you have an ash tree you care about, you need to treat. Like I would say, you got to start treating within a year.
Yes.
Any other questions? No. All right, Mike, you want to wrap it up?
No, so I think we'll be coming back next year with some more, like Ian said, some more ash tree specific presentations and data and requests. But this is a good starting point. I know that there are some state grants available that are pretty substantial. I believe East Rutherford got one for about $300,000 or $350,000 several years ago because they have all of the key pieces in place. So they have a shade tree commission. They have a 5-year plan. They have a certain number of CEUs. They have the tree inventory. So with the tree inventory, it's really the last piece. And now we have as much as any other shade tree commission in the state, which would put us in a good footing to get some of these larger grants, which would cover tree maintenance and tree replacement. So that would be a big boost to the village's tree inventory. So that's something that we could start looking into for next year to apply for several of these grants with the information and all of the pieces that we have in place right now. So we're in a good spot. It's not as bad as I would have thought with some of the neglect that happened for a good number of years before we really started to refocus on trees and kind of take care of our canopy. So that's where we are, and hopefully we'll be in a better spot in the next year and for the next several years to come. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Declan, Nancy, Andrew, Ian, Manish, thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, moving on to discussion items. What I'd like to do is just 2 items out of order because we do have Dawn Satrula, our health officer here, and then we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. So the first item I'd like to discuss is 9D 5, which is mandatory outdoor mask policy. We have had some emails from residents, being concerned as they see various groups. Sometimes, groups of, older children without masks, sometimes teenagers without masks, sometimes adults without masks. And there's concern that people aren't taking masking seriously. And so Dawn is here and she can just give us some information. So Maplewood did enact a resolution to require masking in one of their downtown districts. It was interesting because there was actually no enforcement mechanism within the resolution. So, I don't know really how they're going to enforce it, but, maybe Dawn could speak to masks and, mandatory outdoor mask policy and whether it's doable or enforceable.
Hi, everybody. So I usually talk off the cuff, but tonight I kind of prepared something, so I'm going to read it. As you know, we are now well into the second wave of this virus, and people are fatigued and becoming lax with mask wearing and social distancing. We're also experiencing problems of positive cases either not returning our calls, hanging up on us, or not giving us their contacts. Please understand, we're not asking you these questions to get you in trouble. We're just trying to slow the spread of the virus. It's critical to let people know that you are close contact to them when you are contagious. Without doing that, they may unknowingly infect someone else, which can continue like the domino effect. Although we do have people that do not know where they caught the virus, we also have people that are unwilling to give us their sources. So please take the call and answer our questions to the best of your knowledge. So I know I just want to talk about the mask. So I want to remind you that wearing a mask and social distancing is the most important tool that we have to reduce the spread of the virus until we can get the majority of the population vaccinated, which is going to take, at the very minimum, 6 months. So please continue to wear your mask indoors, such as in stores, your workplaces, eateries, unless you're actively eating and drinking, and of course, where you're working. And if you're not sitting at your desk or social distancing, depending on your policy there. Keep in mind that people that you are around may feel uncomfortable to remind you to put your mask on, even though it's required. So please be responsible and do your part to help slow the spread by wearing your mask. When you're outside, please wear a mask. Now that the weather is cooler, it's actually nice to have a mask to keep you warm. If you're outside and cannot social distance, such as in a crowd or online, you must wear a mask. That's according to the executive order. The guidelines for a close contact are cumulative 15 minutes of contact within 6 feet. So according to these guidelines, walking or jogging past someone outside, as long as they do not cough in your face, would not put you at risk. That being said, please be considerate and try to keep your distance with or without a mask when you're outside. During our case investigation and contact tracing, we have found that most cases are from indoor exposure, from play dates, family gatherings, parties, driving in a car with someone, and unfortunately, organized sports such as football and hockey. So please consider limiting these types of instances while we try to get this pandemic under control. We will get through this together, and thank you for your cooperation. Please help me and my team do our best to keep Ridgewood safe. Ridgewood is doing a great job, but we can always do better. Please help us get through this next surge as safely as possible. So the bottom line is, according to the executive order by the governor, we need to wear a mask outside if we can't social distance. Ultimately, you know, if you're outside walking and you're not in the CBD or you're just walking on the street, you're generally socially distancing, you know, from your neighbors and whatnot. But if you can wear a mask when you think that you might run into somebody, it's really important because it protects them and it protects their family. So does anybody have any questions for me?
I don't have any questions, but I'll just like concur with you. I went and got Starbucks the other night, and the Starbucks was full of people. Some people had masks on, a couple of people didn't. They were just running in to get their coffee, and you know, probably shouldn't have been allowed in, but were in anyhow. So I agree with you. You know, if you can't social distance, you should be wearing a mask at a minimum. But you know, I think that is the biggest challenge for us, that when you have a bunch of people complying and then a couple not, it still is impacting those that are wearing a mask.
Absolutely. And we will talk to Starbucks because that, you know, that is one thing that we can enforce. And we send them, you know, notifications all the time and reminders. And we actually have not had a problem during an inspection with anybody not wearing a mask, like employees. I mean, we had a few complaints here and there, but we haven't really had a major problem with that. But we definitely will talk with them, talk to them about that.
But I guess the question is, if they were actively drinking, does that fit the other criteria? So if they got their coffee, took their mask off, and were drinking in the Starbucks, they were consuming their, you know, they were consuming and didn't have a mask on, but they were all chit-chatting and with masks off, and they were within, I would say, 3 feet of each other.
And they were like standing around, kind of not like sitting at a table.
No, they have the tables. I mean, and I don't mean to just target Starbucks, only because I happen to be in there getting a latte. So they were getting their drinks and, you know, moving their masks and drinking, but standing and talking while the others were waiting for their drinks. So now you had all of the people that were now at that other end, myself included. I had my mask on. I didn't drink inside the store, but you know, there were 3 or 4 people standing around me that had pulled their mask down and were drinking their drinks. So, and then they were talking, waiting for the others to get their drinks. So they may have gone in with the mask on, but then really lost all effectiveness by pulling it down, drinking it, and talking while they were waiting for their friends to get theirs. So
yeah, that's definitely a concern. That's definitely a concern, that behavior, you know, because you're affecting other people around you that are in the store. You know, if you went outside and did that with your group of friends, you know, it's still your inner circle, but you're not affecting the other people around you.
Yeah.
It's very hard to enforce. You know, it becomes a full-time job. You know, and one of the things is, you know, if it's not someone working there or the health department or the police doing it, if you say to somebody, "Oh, could you put your mask on?" You know, oftentimes they'll freak out at you. You know, we actually don't suggest that. We suggest you let us know and we talk to the, you know, the establishment. But when it happens on the street, it's really hard to enforce.
Yeah. So this was also over the holiday. So, you know, there was probably a lot more people out and about and in. You know, I would say maybe there were 20 people in there at once. You know, some online, some waiting, some talking, you know, so, but you couldn't sit anywhere. All of the seats inside were, you know, had signs saying you couldn't sit.
Yeah.
And again, I don't mean to single them out. It's just, I happened to be there and observe.
They also, the drive-through Starbucks has been closed for a few weeks. So that might be part of it, but they really shouldn't have that many people in there. They should go back to monitoring who's going in the store, you know, but I'm thinking that's also why they were so crowded, because as we all know, that line, I mean, when I'm coming into work, that line to get into that drive-through Starbucks is all the way down the road.
Yeah.
And they've been closed. I think they've been closed for about a month. So.
Yeah, so Dawn, I have to agree with you. I think people are just fatigued with this at this point. And so it's very easy to just say, you know, I feel like people think, well, we followed all the rules and we did everything we were supposed to do. And now we're in this second wave and So maybe we did all that for naught. And I think that that's what some people are feeling. Like, well, I wore this mask all along and now it's just on an uptick again. And I think that we've had that little flurry of emails, excuse me, people asking whether or not we could do the mandatory, I'm losing my voice, sorry. Excuse me. People asking whether or not we could do the mandatory mask or have people wearing masks when they're walking around Vets Field, wearing masks when they're exercising. And I think that it's important to know that people really need to breathe while they're exercising too. So I agree. And I think the mandatory mask policies, while good, they're not enforceable, right? Don't think that they're just not enforceable.
It's very hard. I mean, it would be impossible to enforce it. I mean, we can certainly, as a health educator, we can get the education out there. And like, what I just read was so important, just try to keep your distance. I mean, I know when I'm out walking my dogs, like in my neighborhood, I'm not wearing a mask. I live in like such a secluded neighborhood, but every once in a while when I see somebody, we make sure that we're not walking. I mean, plus with the dogs, but we're not walking right next to each other. So it's not a concern. But I think in areas like the CBD or like Vets Field, it's a little different, where it's a little more crowded.
Dawn, I have a question. I've had people or residents say to me, oh, we're outdoors, we're wearing masks. Let's put our arms around each other and take a picture. You still have to socially distance even when you're outside and you're wearing a mask, right?
Yeah, so even though the guideline is cumulative for 15 minutes, that quick picture, if someone were contagious at the time, God forbid they coughed or sneezed right in your face, that could be a problem.
Even if they're wearing a mask?
Yep. Mm-hmm. The mask, so even if you're wearing a mask, you would still be considered a close contact of somebody if you met that criteria, but the mask would help. You would be less likely to get the virus, but it's still considered, with or without a mask, if you're within 15 minutes, within 6 feet. So, our vaccine, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm exhausted, but our vaccine is, it's on its way. I mean, it's going to be here very soon. And we're working really hard with the county, with my nurses to get people vaccinated, and things are going to change. We just have to get through this second surge. And just, Mayor, just to your point, exactly what you said, like the reason why we're in this second surge is because now people are not following, how we really took it seriously and we got us out of that surge. Now we're finding that that's not happening. I mean, some of the contact tracing that we're doing, we're finding like these, how many people were you with? Well, I had this many people over on Saturday and this many people over on Sunday, and we were all inside, and, and then, you have me, I didn't go to anybody. I stayed just the 4 of us for Thanksgiving, upset some family members, but I said, how can I, not practice what I preach? And then I find some other family members, we're all positive, and they were not my family members, but other family members, we're all positive and we're together. And now there's like a big concern of, spreading from Thanksgiving. And then we're just starting to find out about, the Thanksgiving issues. So I think from us being so diligent, that's why we had really gotten it under control. But, we're all tired. This is a lot. This is so taxing on everyone, but we have to just, plug through and get through it. And hopefully by next summer, we'll be in great shape.
Okay, so just going back in terms of the several requests we had for mandatory masks, we just don't see that this is enforceable and really could just cause a more of a backlash, I suppose, presumably.
And that's not really what's causing the cases, the outside walking around. It's really the indoor, it's the, the not mask wearing, the indoor gatherings, the sports. We've had some outbreaks with sports, because they're not wearing masks and they're also exerting themselves. And they're, football, hockey. For some reason, hockey was a big one this year.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Okay, I just have one more that Dawn has, which is under E2, which we did this actually last year. This is the shared services with Norwood for the cosmetology inspections. And they have 9 facilities in Norwood. We did have a shared service with them this current year. It went well. I would like to do it again. And we did increase our price slightly, but I believe that Norwood would still like us to do it. So as long as everyone's okay, we'll put that on for next week. Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, Dawn.
Thanks. Good night.
All right. Now we'll go back to the regular agenda and Ridgewood Water. We have quite a few here. The first is rejecting a bid for annual laboratory analysis services. Did go out for bid. One bid specification was picked up. One bid was received. Upon reviewing it, it was discovered the bid items didn't have the correct quantities, which would actually result in a shortfall if the project proceeded. The bid quantities have to be revised to represent the required unit counts for each test listed in the bid. So because of the fact that the specifications require substantial revision, we can reject the bid. Therefore, we're going to reject the one bid received. I know that Rich is working on the updated specifications, and he'll go out for bid again in late December or early January.
Questions? Moving on.
Okay, the next one is awarding a professional services contract for hydrogeologic consulting services. We received a proposal from WSP USA to provide professional services for capital improvement program, well maintenance and testing programs. These services are necessary to support the well maintenance contracts and task order consultants that are providing services for Ridgewood Water's wells and treatment systems. Together, WSP, our service contractors, the selected task order consultants in Ridgewood Water will work as a team to plan, design, and oversee rehabilitation and new well construction projects. The work will include replacement well drilling, well repairs, treatment plans, soil and well testing, production plans, and general services. Based on WSP's familiarity with Ridgewood Water, the recommendation is to award a professional service contract to WSP USA of Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $171,000, and funding is in the water utility operating budget.
Questions, comments?
Okay, the next item is awarding professional services contract for design and construction administration of the 20 PFAS treatment and improvements. In November, Mott McDonald completed the Ridgewood Water PFAS treatment feasibility project for 20 treatment facility. It reviewed several alternatives for removal of PFAS contamination at this well. Ridgewood Water would like to proceed with the design of PFAS treatment at this location. It will be the design, what will be included is the design of the PFAS treatment, other necessary facility improvements, design and construction administration, and inspection for 2 phases of work. The facility improvements include necessary electrical, mechanical, HVAC, and architectural upgrades. Based on their past project experience with Ridgewood Water, as well as their working knowledge of our system, the recommendation is to award a professional services contract to Mott McDonald of Isla, New Jersey, and the funding for this project is in the water capital budget. Any questions? Okay, the next one is servicing and repair of potable water pumping facilities, contract extension. We did award a 2-year contract in 2019 to William Stadoff Company for servicing and repair of portable water pumping facilities. Ridgewood Water would like to extend it for 1 additional year. The servicing and repair is a unit price service for various repairs and replacements. The water system supply, treatment, and distribution equipment contained within the well houses, the transfer stations, the treatment buildings, and the booster stations. The recommendation is to extend the current contract with William Stadoff Company of Flemington, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $500,000 for 2021. That money will come out of the water utility operating budget.
Heather, I have a question on this one. So on page 2, they're saying the calculated cost is 237,840. So why would we put a not to exceed of 500,000?
I'll have Rich answer that.
Or, the amount on that sheet was the value used to calculate who would get the award. So it's a service contract, so we list a series of items and then we provide a calculation. That way we could determine who the low bidder is. So we make an assumption of services, and that's how we came to that amount. But on the basis of the work that we've been doing, we're recommending the $500,000 for 2021.
Oh, because it says only one bid was received.
Correct, but in case there were others, that formula was placed in the bid when it was advertised. That way we can make a determination on who would be the lowest bidder.
Okay, but you still want to keep the 500 in there? You don't want to just drop it to 250?
In the past 2 previous years, we've gone to $400,000 in 2019 and $500,000 for this year. So we're going on that past history. We actually had a call yesterday. We already have 5 facilities that are going to be up for replacements in 21. So I'd imagine next year we're gonna use that number all again.
Okay.
For repairs and replacements.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to know if the water utility has its own temporary budget for the year, separate and apart from the municipality.
We all do. Going into 2021, we all get a temporary budget. There's a general budget, there's a water utility budget, there's a parking utility budget.
Then in the part where the CFO certifies that there are funds available in the temporary budget, can it specify the water utilities temporary budget?
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
The next item is awarding contract for chlorine and phosphate analyzers. This is to purchase this under state contract. They're necessary to monitor and report levels of sodium hypochlorite and polyorthophosphate being fed into the water system. They're connected to the SCADA system, which controls the flow and treatment process. The utility is required to be able to monitor these levels on a 24/7 basis. So the recommendation is to award it to Hatch Company of Loveland, Colorado, in the amount not to exceed $87,671.37, and this will come out of the water utility capital budget. Right, the next one is aerial mapping. Ridgewood Water's infrastructure capital plan includes present and future investment in new distribution pipelines, service connections, and improvements for PFAS treatment, as well as new treatment plants. Mott McDonald's has recommended that we procure mapping for these improvements via aerial flight to save the cost of individual surveys for each pipeline and site improvement project. The mapping could serve as a base for the village and other 3 service area municipalities to improve their tax map parcel base, which can be shared back to Ridgewood Water to improve our customer records in GIS. The village engineering department can use the mapping for village project design and planning. A fee schedule can also be developed for the sale of the information to design firms or the other municipalities for their planning and engineering. So based on this, the recommendation is to award this under state contract to Civil Solutions of Hamilton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $104,940. And the funding is in the 2020 water capital budget.
What is the timeline on this?
So this mapping, this GIS mapping, and I don't know if there's a possibility, but does it, all of the GIS mapping that we're doing, so we just talked about the tree inventory, and now we're talking about this GIS, is there going to be any interconnection between all of this data? You know, it's going to be big data in our village. So
I'll start with the mayor's question. The timeline is going to be a March flight, early spring, right before there's leaf out on the trees. We take advantage of the sun angle to get the best clear photography of the mapping. For Councilwoman Walsh's question, This will merge into every bit of what we're doing right now in the other divisions and anything they want to do in the future. You know, basically for planning and engineering, we're not going to pick up individual trees, but they'll now be able to overlay that. And in the instance where you have a tree that's removed and they then want to see where they want to plant the future tree, they can do that from the mapping rather than even go out in the field, you know, for that particular instance. The engineering department can do their planning for new road paving, if they were putting new sidewalks in, you know, inventorying of signs, light poles. You pretty much could go anywhere you want with this once you have this base map. I know already Anthony Rinaldi in the assessor's office is talking about the need to make the tax maps digital for a reevaluation in the future. So this would be the basis for doing that. And that's why we mentioned the other 3 towns, because I'd imagine they'd have to do that at some point as well. And then in turn, they could share that information back to the water utility so we could better track parcels and make sure every parcel in every municipality does have a meter and a connection to the system. You know, it's a good opportunity for us. It's unfortunate it came up now due to PFAS, you know, but I think it's going to leverage the village and the utility, do many other things.
Okay, thank you. Susan, I didn't hear you ask a question.
No, I figured, I realized that you didn't hear me. I thought, well,
Yeah, I didn't hear it at all.
Me.
No, I didn't hear you at all.
It's okay. But so Rich, after the flyover in March, when the leaves aren't on the trees, then what is the timeline to have the material, the files, I guess?
That's a good question. I forget the actual schedule after collection. I may have to get back to you on that. So what happens once it's flown, they take it back and they do, in the olden days, they used to do something called a stereoscope. They'd actually overlay a type of lens and people would look at the maps and kind of merge them together. And you would see the elevations and pick out the items. But now that's all done via computer. So they just program the computer and say, you know, I want you to look at this image and pick out all the contouring. I want you to pick out all the curb lines, all the valves, the hydrants. But I'll get you that timeline from the point of the photography to when that'll be complete.
Yeah, and I just think that it might be helpful in advance, like as we're in this stage right now, to start to look at in selling this data to other entities, if they're interested, including other municipalities, whether or not we start to establish some kind of schedule of fees so that we have something in place. Once this is available, you know, we just run with that.
Definitely, I have done that in you know, prior municipalities where we've put together a fee schedule, whether we, you know, sell the map by a page or a size, or if we share a particular layer. So we could definitely produce something in that fashion and put it on our website and make it available.
Yeah, especially because we're covering such a you know, far greater area than just Ridgewood. So it's a big, it's a really great opportunity for us.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's it. Anybody else?
Yes.
I really don't understand how, if the pipes are underground, how does an aerial flyover tell you what's underground? Even if it were the old-fashioned way of surveying, how do you know what's underground when you're looking at it?
It doesn't tell us anything that's underground, but it will show us the water valves and the hydrants. And the main purpose for us is, now that our infrastructure is aging and we do have pipes that are approaching close to 100 years old, now we'll be able to use this mapping to plan out the replacement. So we'll know where the new main could go, because we could look at the width of the street, what else is on the street, you know, where the trees are, where the curb lines are, and then we could lay that out rather than going out and doing a whole detailed survey for that project.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, moving
The
on.
next one is the second year of servicing and repairing of electric stores. It's a 2-year contract. Again, it's the second year to be awarded to the original sole bidder, which was Venor Electric of Hackensack, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $250,000. And this is in the water utility budget.
Questions, anyone?
The next one is the second year of a 2-year contract for landscaping services, again, to the original lowest responsible bidder, which is Clark Moynihan Landscaping and Construction out of Andover, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $100,000. And this is in the water utility operating budget.
Rich, can you give us some examples of where landscaping is necessary for the utility?
In terms of new landscaping or the mowing and maintenance services?
Whatever you're looking at on this bid.
This contract is mostly maintenance. It's for mowing, leaf collection, cleaning of gutters. There is a small allowance for new plantings, but the main part of this service is the lawn maintenance. At all the facilities, I think it's approximately 28 to 30 acres of lawn that's cut.
And in these two that we just talked about, Heather, can we specify in the certified that the chief?
Yeah, we'll do them going forward in all of them.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, the next one is the second year of a 2-year contract for furnishing and delivering sodium hypochlorite solution, again to the original lowest responsible bidder, which is Miracle Chemical Company out of Farmingdale, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $111,735. And this comes in the water utility budget. Okay, the next one is the second year of a 2-year contract for line stop and valve insertion services to the original sole bidder, Carter Brothers, out of Roseland, New Jersey, in the amount not to exceed $200,000, and funding is in the water utility operating budget. The next one is the second year of a 2-year contract to the lowest bidders per category. The total amount is not to exceed is $415,000, and it's provided in the water utility operating budget. And in 2020, Waterworks Supply Company was purchased by Core and Maine LLP of Pompton Plains, I believe. So Core and Maine is honoring the contract, and price is bid by Waterworks Supply. The next one is 12 Garrett Place Water Main Project Planning. In late July, Ridgewood Water completed the construction of a new water main on Garrett Place in Midland Park. Upon completion, the new pipeline trench was restored temporarily so that it could settle. At this time, the final paving restoration on half of the roadway has to be done. The Borough of Midland Park is on the other half of the roadway, and they desire to have the entire street paved, and they requested Ridgewood Water to procure the services, and then the full pavement, and then the Borough of Midland Park would reimburse the village water for half the cost. 3 quotations were solicited for the final milling and paving, and the low quote was from RM Tuitt Paving and Trucking of Ringwood, New Jersey. The low quote is $34,080. And again, half is paid by the village and half is paid by Midland Park, and funding is available in the water capital budget for this. The next one is 2021-22 PFAS laboratory analysis services. Went out for bid, accepted them on November 17th. 1 bid specification was picked up and 1 was received. The sole bidder is Aqua Pro Tech out of Fairfield, New Jersey. So it's the first year of a 2-year contract in an amount not to exceed $82,600. The funds are in the water utility operating budget. The next one is awarding contract for the Elks Club interior and exterior partial demolition. We received 3 quotes. The demolition's been recommended by RSC Architects, who are the ones who have been hired to prepare the bid specs. So in advance of the construction bid, they feel that it's, the partial demolition will remove all non-structural portions of the Elks Club building and prepare the spaces for the proposed renovation. All partition walls, drop ceilings, fixtures, and appurtenances will be removed and disposed of by the contractor. This way, it's a clean slate for them to go in and do the renovation. So the lowest quote is Adamo Brothers Construction, Inc. of Ridgefield, New Jersey, and it's an amount not to exceed $40,500.
Question.
Do you have a question? No? Okay. The next one is awarding contract for 2021 tree maintenance services. November 13th, we accepted unit bid price proposals for that service. One bid specification was picked up with one bid being received. So the sole responsible bidder is the first year of a 2-year contract for Downs Tree Service of Hawthorne, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $80,000. This funding is in the 2021 water utility budget. The next one is awarding contract for cold water meters. November 13th, bid proposals were received. 2 bid specs were picked up. There was 1 bid being received. Prices quoted include a broad range of meters, meter components, and meter-related supplies. We keep meters in stock for replacements and upgrades and new installation at customer locations. From time to time, we also need to replace large meters that measure our output at our facilities or interconnections with other utilities. The recommendation to award to the sole responsible bidder the first year of a 2-year contract to Rio Supply, Inc., amount not to exceed $214,642.50, and the funding is in the water utility budget. The next one is awarding, it's actually authorizing change order number 1 for professional engineering services for Farview and Eastside Station improvements. The award was given to Boswell Engineering for the engineering services for a total price of $150,000. At this time, an additional $5,000 is required to complete the work beyond the original professional engineering services contract scope. So change order number 1 is required in order to coordinate additional work that was not part of the base contract. Boswell Engineering will need to meet and coordinate with the Ridgewood Fire Official and Signal Department to bring the facility to compliance with regards to the necessary alarms to be sent to central dispatch. Plans and specs will be amended to reflect the new fire alarm control panel equipment to be installed at the facility, and Boswell will provide all construction coordination of the new equipment with the awarded contractor. So the recommendation is to authorize change order number 1 to Boswell Engineering of South Hackensack, New Jersey, in the amount of $5,000. And the money is in the Ridgewood Water capital budget.
Can I ask a question on this one? So when I was on the library board, something came up about a contract, and it talked about meetings with different people, but a total number of hours. And I noticed that this doesn't talk about, it says Boswell will need to meet and coordinate with the Ridgewood Fire Official and Signal Department. So is there any way for us to give us some sort of an estimate as to how many hours they're going to be meeting with them, so that, one, we can schedule, but also so that we know what this bid is actually entailing in terms of meeting time and charges per hour of meeting time, because we're just given a lump sum. Okay. And that was the same challenge that we had at the library. It was a lump sum, and then it was like, well, we didn't talk about how many hours we were going to talk. So.
Definitely. And I've had the same experience where then the consultant will come back and say, we didn't anticipate this many more meetings and hours. So we'll get that number for you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. There's nothing under parking. We'll go to budget. Budget transfers, again, this is an annual resolution where we transfer money from departments with money that has not been spent to those departments that don't have enough money for purchases that they need to make. Again, we do this every November, December, and into January, I believe. The next one is a 2021 cash management plan.
I'm sorry, can we go back a minute?
Go ahead.
We just got the explanation page today, and I have two questions. One, there's listed $48,000 to be transferred from group health insurance. Where is that money going to? That's one question. And then on the explanation page, under Water Operating Fund, it says number 2, annual appropriation was made in accordance to the 2020 budget. But when I go back to the Schedule A, there is no transfer. There is no number 2.
I'll let Mr. Rooney speak to this.
Okay, so the first question regarding the 48,000, they're not specific. So the 48,000 could be composed of 3 or 4 different items. So that just happened to be the amount available in that account that was unspent. So we could have used it for, 5, 6 other accounts. It doesn't go one-to-one. And the second, answer to your second question is I deleted on this sheet the need to make that transfer, and I forgot to take it off the explanation page.
For number 2?
Yes.
Okay, so that should just be deleted.
That's correct.
Okay. Were there any other questions? Okay. The next one is an annual resolution. This is the cash management plan for 2021. It's used as a guide for depositing and investing village funds, and it must be done every year. The next item is a professional services contract for software for the finance department to Edmonds and Associates. They're the sole provider of the software covered in the contract. The contract covers support on the following applications: tax collection, financial accounting, payroll, escrow accounting, human resources, and accounts receivable. And again, this is another annual resolution. December is a lot of annual resolutions. The next one is award of contract for a purchase of a lawnmower for the water pollution control facility. The current lawnmower is a 1998 model, and after 22 years, it's breaking down quite a bit. We found a suitable replacement from Store Tractor under the Bergen County Cooperative Purchasing Program for $20,222.61. We'd like to use residual operating expense funds in the 2020 budget for the water pollution control facility because our supervisor, Jim Fells, has been very frugal with his budget, and so he does have enough to cover this expenditure. Were there any questions?
Is that brand new or is this used?
No, it would be brand new.
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Does the existing one work? And well, I did communicate with Chris Rudeshauser, the village engineer, and he said it's mostly in the shop.
Right.
And I would like to see a comparison of what it would cost to hire somebody to do this landscaping just for a year. It sounds like a lot of money to me for a lawnmower that I gather isn't going to be used much besides at the water treatment facility. And I understand why, if you have the money in the 2020 budget, you want to spend it. But here we are in COVID-19. And if we can conserve, I'd rather do that. Another thing that's kicking around in the back of my mind is I think Sustainable Jersey gives a grant for no-mow areas in a municipality because it's better for the environment. And I would like to look into that.
Okay, so we have to keep it maintained because the DEP comes in and inspects. And if we don't keep it maintained, we do have an issue. So I think that we do need to mow it in some way. I know that they are looking into how much it might cost. My understanding from Mr. Ruthershauser is that they're going to have a couple of landscapers come in later this week to provide a quote as to how much it would cost for them to do the mowing. Also, they're looking at possibly a different model under another cooperative purchasing that possibly is a little less than this one. So, he thought he'd have that information, both of those things, by the end of the week. So if we have them, we'll send them out to everyone. Obviously, we can continue this to January because we're not going to be mowing the grass in the winter. So we'll bring that information back, at our work session in January, and then we can discuss it further at that time.
Point out though that 22 years on a lawnmower, given
That's
the
a long time.
that is covered on the space there, I'm pressed to think that for that amount of acreage over a course of all those years, you're going to do better than the bang for your buck you got on the lawnmower. I'm just saying, just based on a cost benefit.
The only downside is that he does have it in the 2020 budget. And so if we don't spend it now, then, we'd have to appropriate it in the 2021 budget.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question? So I know that Parks and Rec was intending to purchase a mower. What is the reason that we don't have Parks and Rec mow the water pollution control facility with the mower?
Because they have acres and acres of parkland to mow. And it takes them, a full-time person to do that. So we really don't have the staff to be able to do it.
Right, but so I'm just thinking now as I'm listening to the discussion. So if Parks and Rec really needs the mowers more, I'm just trying to think in terms of if we have mowers and we can have 2 mowers for Parks and Rec, and then they can also be mowing water pollution control.
But they don't have the staff to be able to do it. It takes their staff all the time to do all of our parks. I mean, it's every single park that we own.
No, I know. I know what it is. I'm just thinking because to me, and again, maybe I'll just have to drive over there. It doesn't seem that we can't share a service within our own town for, lawn mowing.
You have limited resources on the personnel.
Correct.
So you would have to hire, even though you had the equipment, you would have to hire somebody else to be able to operate that equipment because they're full-time doing Parks and Rec.
So who's the personnel that does the mowing at the water pollution control? And they have the
water pollution control facility.
Water pollution control.
So they have the bandwidth of an individual to do the mowing on a regular basis.
Right. And to Susan's point, the cost of this mower, if you went out to a maintenance agreement for 20 years, you're going to pay significantly more than the cost of this mower.
And if you went to a private service, I mean, you're talking.
That's what I mean. Yep.
So yeah, I'm sorry, maintenance service, right? Yeah, I can't imagine that we just wouldn't get the mower. I mean, especially given that the potential for issues with the DEP, it's just, I can't imagine that we would even roll the dice with that. I mean, my opinion is put it on the agenda because I'm willing to move forward with the lawnmower personally.
We have learned that we have to be one step ahead of the DEP because the fines they levy are so significant. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the aggravation.
I so agree.
Does it make sense for us to get rid of the grassy? I mean, to Pam's point, do we need the grassy area there? If it's an issue with DEP that we have to keep our grass mowed, can we gravel it so that it's not?
I don't know. It's in a floodway. It's in a floodplain, so I don't know. That would be.
So that's the issue. They may require the grassy area that has to be maintained. I'm not sure we could go with a paved area because of the location. Again, I don't have an answer to your question, but there are reasons why we have it established the way it is, the groundwork.
Yeah, we're talking about it makes sense to me. Over 20 years is like, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but we're also a neighbor at the facility. We're a neighbor, in another municipality. And I think we have an obligation to maintain our property. There's a vast space there that.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying maybe we could plant like an ajuga or something that doesn't need to be mowed to be a good neighbor, and or have a plant that's a plant that doesn't need to be, trimmed or anything to meet all the requirements, just to.
Area, how big is it?
It's acres and acres. Isn't it like 11 acres?
That's all grass. I mean, 11 acres of grass.
Yeah, why not allow trees to grow?
Yeah, but you can't just.
That'll take time. That'll take time. It's not like you're gonna have, and the trees are gonna cost money too, right?
I mean, trees are going to cost probably
a lot of money.
The space. So you're talking about a ton. You're talking about $20,000 for 20 some odd years for a lawnmower.
We're trying to think outside the box, Susan.
Yeah, no, I know. I get it, but I'm just saying. I mean, I get that, but those are things that you have to plan for. But right now we have, we're always confronted with DEP issues and maintenance issues, and we are a neighbor. We want to be a good neighbor and a tidy neighbor. And I think that I just keep looking at what we got out of 22 years. I think it's almost, to me, like a no-brainer. So just saying, I mean, not that nobody wants to really spend money, but that's what we do because we maintain properties. That's the the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
So I guess
I'm good to put it on the agenda because I think that, especially given that we have the funding, and we also have it through the it's a suitable replacement, and I think it's through the Bergen County Cooperative, so necessarily it might not be there.
Right.
We just don't know what's there, and when something pops up on the radar, we should, it's just the opportunity is there.
So I didn't hear from Councilman Seaton, Deputy Mayor Seaton, or Councilwoman Reynolds, so I don't know if you're.
I think if we could get another 22 years out of this, it's less than $1,000 to maintain 11 acres of grass. So if you could find a landscaper who's going to do it for less than $1,000 for the next 20 years, I say go for it. But I don't think that's really ever going to happen. So I'm in favor of getting a lawnmower.
I'm okay with it too.
Okay. So we'll put it onto the agenda then for next week. And we will see about that one that's possibly a little less money. And he's thought he'd have it by the end of this week. So if it's comparable and they can use it, then maybe we can save a little bit of money.
Yeah, one last final topic on here, or question would be, we have somebody at Water Pollution Control that's doing the mowing. So I'd be curious to how many hours what his hours are costing us to mow, because if the cost of his hours on top of the cost of the mower, I'm just curious to know what our total cost is, because we have to pay somebody to mow it. So I'd be curious how much we spend weekly in labor on our own team.
Okay, I'll find out.
Curious for the total cost.
I'll find out. The next item is facade repairs for the water pollution control facility. They solicited written quotes for the repair work. They received 2 informal written quotes, and numerous who did not wish to quote. Recommend the work to Conquest Construction, Inc. of Westwood, New Jersey is the lowest quote at $37,000.
I don't quite understand what's the matter with the facade, that it needs repair.
Well, it says that it's going to remove the front veneer wall from the right side corner. All debris will be carted away. I mean, I can get, wait, I think it says here. Remove and replace approximately 200 square feet of masonry block along the front facade of the building. And the block is going to be split face block, standard color. So the facade itself is crumbling. And so it needs to be repaired. Again, it's general upkeep as we ask our residents to maintain their properties. The village also has to maintain its properties.
It also includes installing new double doors.
Yeah, there's another one though, on the doors that's coming up after the yard waste disposal ones. So,
Yeah, and I didn't quite understand what was wrong with the doors. Like, did somebody drive into them or what?
I believe they're rusted. I mean, we can, if you want to skip to that one now, we will. So the doors go to the grit screening building of the water pollution control facility. The current doors are severely corroded and partially inoperable.
Okay.
Due to the corrosion. So in that case, it's $16,000 and to Jay's Construction of Patterson, New Jersey, and that's for the installation of the doors. We'd still have to purchase the doors separately.
That's just for the installation?
Because it's the removal and then the installation. So that's already, funds are already available in the capital budget, actually from last year.
Last year. Are there any more questions on that?
On either one? All right. So the next one is yard waste disposal. So as you know, due to Tropical Storm Isaias, we had a huge number of trees, branches down. This is actually the third award for disposal of the material. Quotes were solicited from several vendors. So this is a second additional award to B&B in the amount of $32,000. The previous awards to them were $50,000 and $30,000. So the good news is that for grass disposal, we had budgeted $50,000 based on previous years. However, we only spent just under $5,000. So we're going to use the money for grass clippings to dispose of the yard waste. And he just mentions that the village is prohibited from disposing of the yard waste materials in our leaf compost facility because our DEP permit wouldn't allow us to do so.
Are the grass clippings so low this year because more people are just leaving the clippings on their lawn?
I don't know the reason. I mean, I could look into it and find out, but
I mean, it's healthier for the lawn to do that, so maybe more people are.
Or composting maybe with it. I don't know. I could find out if you want. The next one is the street sweeping disposal. This is screen street sweepings, and we need to dispose of it in accordance with the requirements of the DEP Tier A Municipal Stormwater General Permit. We used, the award is to a solid waste receiving facility to dispose of the material. Up until this time, we had stockpiled the street sweepings, but the pile has gotten so large that we had to screen it, and now we have to remove the street sweepings to this location. The cost is not to exceed $4,247.46, and it's IWS Transfer Systems of New Jersey in Teaneck. So we went over the doors. The next one is preparation of the 2021 Village Council meeting minutes. We go out for this every year. So I have them give us a proposal as to price per page, as well as prepare a set of synopsis minutes. And then they're evaluated on the quality of the synopsis minutes as well as the price per page. We received one valid proposal back by the deadline. The second proposal we received, unfortunately, didn't give a price per page and actually just began the set of minutes and didn't finish it to where they were asked to do it to. The price received is the sole valid proposal is from Caitlin Powers of Ridgewood, New Jersey for $9 a page. She has prepared our minutes since 2018, and actually her price has remained the same since that time. They're detailed, they're comprehensive. And so I recommend the award of contract at a price of $9 per page to Caitlin Powers.
I have a question about this. Not about the quote, but so there's a couple of different programs that I've been using for other things that I'm working on outside of the council. And there's an option, a closed captioning option. So when I make a presentation, I speak the presentation and it's immediately creating a closed caption dialogue of what I'm saying. So I'm wondering if if any other municipalities or anybody's using a similar, it's called VoiceThread, the one that I'm using. I'm wondering if there's any similar program that, because the only thing I have to do after I do these presentations is fine tune maybe if I said somebody's name,
right.
You know, and I can go back in and I can change the name. So if I said Knudsen wrong, or if I said Knudsen and it came up N-U-D-S-E-N, I could go back in and put the K on the front of it. So, so I'm just curious if that's something that other municipalities are using, or if there's a way to link it. Maybe it's a question for Dylan.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty effective. I was shocked when I started using it that it was following me along and say I can save it and it's got my complete closed captioning saved, because for a lot of different companies and projects now, you're required to have some sort of handicap accessible presentation. So I have to click on it and has to give a closed caption as well for other people looking at it or reading it.
Right.
Or seeing it. So,
Do you have any experience or know of anything?
I mean, there's a lot of different voice recognition software out there that picks up and text to speech, but one of the problems is it wouldn't be able to decipher who's speaking. It would just be a continuous dialogue. It wouldn't say Mayor Knudsen and then quote it like the minutes do. So it would give you a general text to speech, but it wouldn't be, you'd have to tweak a lot of it with a group of people. So you'd still have to have somebody go through it. But they are getting more and more accurate. But we can look around to see if any other municipalities are using anything like that as well.
Offhand, nothing I'm aware of, but I'll certainly put something out to my association and see if there is any town that is using it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking at some point, even though like if somebody's watching us right now, that we don't have a closed caption on our screen. So they're getting nothing out of this meeting until the minutes are out.
Actually, the YouTube channel streams and does the closed captioning, but it's a little delay.
Not on this, okay. I haven't seen that. I'll have to go on and look at the YouTube then to see.
Yeah, you can hit the CC, and as long as the text is clear, it will show you the text.
Okay.
So can I just ask a question? Is my voice not, I think my thing's not working all the time, my microphone, right?
No, it sounds fine.
No, we hear you good.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. So the next item is the contract for the feasibility assessment for the Ridgewood Indoor Firearms Range. So the Village Council had looked at a possibility of doing a firearms facility in Glen Rock. RSC Architects had prepared a plan for this site, and that was not to exceed $10,000. In exploring other options, it was a possibility to look at for the park and ride location, and that was considered in order to determine what a firearms facility might look like on this property. RSC was requested to prepare a plan for this site, and that was an amount not to exceed $5,000. RSC did the work in late 2019, early 2020, and has not yet been paid. So this is to pay them the $5,000. This will allow them to be paid for the work they've already done and completed. We haven't proceeded, the council hasn't proceeded at all with any of these plans, is not considering them at this time. So why it was on social media that, we were going to spend a certain amount of money. We had no cost estimates even for this second plan. We had nothing really in concrete. And so I'm surprised that we had so many comments about it because, again, it didn't even, we haven't discussed it and there's been no consideration of it. But again, we had thought about doing this and, RSC does need to be paid for the work they've done.
So I just want to ask, my recollection is that we had this conversation some time ago, and it was specific to the Glen Rock location, and that was based on information that there were issues finding suitable locations for a variety of LEAs in terms of qualifying and practicing and such. So I don't recall us ever requesting anything about an alternative location. So maybe I'm missing something, but I don't recall the village council. I don't recall any of this even coming up in discussion. So I don't know. I just throw that out there. Maybe Bernadette or Mike would remember.
What I would say is that we internally looked at it because that first location, when we looked at it, originally looked like a lower amount than what it turned out to be. And so we were thinking, well, where else might we put it where we wouldn't necessarily be, in another town? We wouldn't need their buy-in. Again, we don't own that property, so we would have to go to the state. We hadn't done that. We really just wanted to see what possibility might be in another location and what it would look like. It's certainly convenient for many municipalities to be able to go there, plenty of parking, but it wasn't ever, so it was really an internal discussion. And so it was something that we decided to take a look at to see if it was feasible. Again, it was never brought to the council, that second location, because again, it looked like it was still going to be quite a bit of money, much more than we originally had been told that it was going to cost. So
when I'm sorry, Bernadette, did you?
No, so I was just going to agree with Susan. So we did in the prior council have the discussion. I was unaware until I got my packet actually of this. So when I read it, I was a little confused as to why this had come up myself. And I had actually been against building the fire range to begin with. So I guess, we never saw any plan. So I guess the conversation had kind of stopped at the council and we never saw anything else. So I think that's why it caught me off guard. Certainly, it sounds like it caught the mayor off guard because there had been no subsequent conversation. So, I think that's maybe just to kind of clarify my concern, at least.
Yeah, I think this probably should have come to the council if there was additional expenditures involved, because the initial conversation only involved the Glen Rock location. There was no, plan B or C or D or anything like that. And so somebody just went ahead to do this, and now we're being asked to pay for work that was already done that we didn't know about and we didn't authorize.
Right.
Just out of curiosity, to my recollection, I don't think I've ever even seen any of the materials that were generated. Maybe I'm just misremembering, or I'm just, bogged or something. I don't know, but I don't recall ever seeing any of the generated or the work product out of this. So
we can provide it to you.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for all of us maybe to see.
Sure.
But I'm just curious because it was such a kerfuffle over the discussion item, and I'm a little bit surprised. I know people are talking like this $5 million number floating around. Where does anybody get that information?
That information was never given to us.
I didn't even think that this location was in our packet, but it wasn't even on the agenda, right?
No, it was not. So I don't even know why they thought it was where, we're saying that we looked at, because I don't know that information would have been told to anyone outside of the council.
There was an old article in the paper. But it didn't mention an article from when we first discussed it. I actually said
Because we
first one,
talked and asked the numbers, and it's in the paper. It says 5 million in the paper.
but the second location, it's not on the agenda.
So it's really, I guess it's important to know that my screen is going crazy in the background.
I just lost you, Susan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
You're there.
Yeah, I just think it's important for the public to understand that sometimes items wind up on an agenda, but they're merely conversation and discussion, and you know, it's a lot of discussion, and it's not just something that happens. You know, and I think I don't know where people were getting the information from. It's certainly concerning because the village council hadn't even discussed this location. So
correct.
Okay. All right. So why don't we just get that information, whatever work product we generated from all of this? I think it's helpful.
Okay.
We'll go from there. Okay.
All right. The next one is awarding contract for the computer software and hardware for our public access channel through Swagit. I'm sorry, not public access, the televising through Swagit. It's through the interlocal purchasing system, and Swagit is located in Plano, Texas, and is an amount not to exceed $18,000. The next one is for declaring property surplus. Oh, sorry. It's a 2003 crane carrier Packer. The vehicle service records reveals it has 123,854 miles and 24,145 engine hours on it. The life expectancy of these trucks is 7 to 10 years. This is 17 years old, and 10,000 engine hours, and ours is 24,145. Crane carrier has also gone out of business, and so it's hard for us to get parts, and it's not compliant with the new emission laws. So there are various issues with the hydraulic fluid, the heating core needs to be replaced, the windshield wiper motor needs to be replaced, so it's not effective in the rain, and the floor on the passenger side has completely rusted out. So I think it's time to declare this truck surplus.
Will we be looking to replace it?
We replace garbage and recycling on a regular basis. I believe we do 1 to 2 trucks a year. Is that correct, Mr. Calby?
Correct. And this particular vehicle's already been replaced. The new vehicle was received this year.
Okay. The next one is another surplus. It's various items actually from the fire department. They're no longer in service, and they've been replaced with up-to-date equipment. We would put them onto Gov Deals as we normally do. It's just with a caveat that it could not be used for firefighting because it isn't firefighting worthy any longer. Under policy, we have stop signs at Shelton Road and Stylen Avenue. Several residents had asked for us to take a look at that. The concern is that cars heading westbound and then turning at Stylen are not exercising sufficient caution at the intersection. Chris Rezestauser, after looking at it, noticed that there was poor line of sight to the left at the northbound traffic on Stylen, and he's recommending installation of a stop sign at that location.
Is that something that you need to like notify neighbors that there's going to be a stop sign? Do they have, okay, no reason to?
No.
Okay.
But I believe it's the residents on Stylen who had requested he look at it, so he may get back to them, but we don't, because if we did for every ordinance that we did, we'd be notifying people all the time, and it would be costly for mailing as well as for staff time. The next one is council appointed boards and committees, funding and fundraising. So I believe Mayor Newton or Matt Rogers wanted to talk about this.
I can actually start. Is that okay, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I just unmuted myself. Go ahead.
Good. I'm glad you're unmuted and joined the meeting. So there was a question that came up regarding our committees, our village council appointed boards and committees. A little history, revisiting of the past. I think in 2016, I became the council liaison to the Community Access Network. And if any, everybody remembers earlier, I spoke about Community Access Network. That's our special needs committee. We represent special needs programming and do a whole bunch of things, including something Access Weekend, which is a huge special needs Access Weekend. We do fashion show, we do music, entertainment, job fairs, different vendors come in with important information pertaining to special needs individuals as they move into adulthood. And in 2016, when I became council liaison, we were embarking on the Community Access Weekend, which always happens in October. And the group was collecting funds to support the program. And they asked me at the time, who does Valley Hospital write a check to? And I never gave it a thought. I said, to the Village of Ridgewood, who else? And so sure enough, Valley Hospital sent the check to the Village of Ridgewood, and it went to finance, and everything was fine. And we continued with Access Weekend. Unbeknownst to me at the time, Access, the committee, was still taking in funds, but some of the banks that they were collecting funds from wouldn't give donations unless you were a 501c3. So they were using the Ridgewood Learning Services Home and School Association, which is the HSA for special needs students. It was a common treasurer, and they were taking the donations to the LSHSA. I found that out a couple of years later when the treasurer no longer had a student in the school and had to leave. And so they couldn't take donations. They could not take donations to have Access Weekend happen. And so I think I said at the time, Access Weekend there was no money, there was no ability to raise funds to facilitate that programming, which was really critical for our special needs community. And at the time, I knew we had a community center foundation, which uses the address of the stable. And Deanna Shablik, who was the Parks and Rec liaison to Access, I said to her, well, why can't the Community Center Foundation take that funding? And she said, no, can't go through there. At the same time, simultaneously, the Ridgewood Arts Council was also grappling with some fundraising issues that they were looking to embark on. And that was an issue because back in 2015, a former council member and deputy mayor had organized and I think Councilwoman Walsh actually is entirely familiar with this debacle. At the time, a former council member filed for a 501c3 for the Ridgewood Arts Foundation, which was intended to be the funding mechanism for the Ridgewood Arts Council. Correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm misremembering. Good. And when that council member, actually it happened right from the day as I was just reading the minutes this morning. And when that council member was no longer part of the village council, the Ridgewood Arts Foundation became a separate entity, and I think there was never any ability or funding available to the Arts Council. And we do a little bit of seed money through our budget, but this was a different effort. And as we find many of our committees, whether it's Shade Tree Commission or Access, Arts Committee, Arts Council, they're always looking to do projects and engage in fundraising and to facilitate, the betterment of our community. One of the things that also happened at that time back in 2016 or 17 was I think Columbia Bank was offering grants were being made available to different committees, but you had to file for the grant and you had to be a 501c3 in order to accept it. I think the Ridgewood Arts Council couldn't do that because they weren't a 501c3, but the community center got the computers from Columbia Bank through the, Dylan, you're shaking your head, right? Through the Columbia Bank grant because it went through the Community Center Foundation. So I was very frustrated because I had a whole bunch of things happening. The Arts Council, I think I was council liaison to the Arts Council, or maybe Councilwoman Walsh was. And then the Access, nobody could do fundraising. And out of frustration, I said, why can't we just have, why isn't there like an umbrella foundation or something that could help facilitate the betterment of the Ridgewood community and get this rolling? And so I went to Matt Rogers, Village Council, because I really was trying to use former Councilman Pucciarelli's template, what he, initiated from the dais. I attempted to use, thinking I was using his format and template, and I went to Matt Rogers and said, why can't we do this? And so, Matt, if you want to take it from there, Matt then kind of stepped in and.
Oh, I looked at whether or not municipalities can set up their own nonprofits to be able to raise funds for any of their commissions, any of their committees. And the answer was no. And Bob Rooney and I took a look at it, and we understood that we weren't able to do that. So that was brought back to the council, I think, back in 2015, 16. And then again, the issue was raised, I'd like to say in 2018, maybe the second half of 2018.
I think it was 18 and 19, but.
Well, it was raised in 18 again, and the answer was still no. And so there was discussion among the council members as to what they can do to try and set this up and set something up so that there is a mechanism to raise funds for boards and committees. And in working with former Mayor Hache and the deputy mayor, we realized that the village cannot in any way participate in the collection of funds and in the determination or the decision as to where any of those funds could go. So it had to be a separate entity or a separate 501c3. So the council asked me to start on a way to set up some type of a mechanism to be able to allow or set up kind of the structure for that. And that's really what my involvement was back at that time. So
I think that there's some, I guess, an interest in understanding the Ridgewood Community Foundation, and the Ridgewood Community Foundation was ultimately what came of that effort. But I think it's important to understand from my perspective, this was just something that we couldn't have an access weekend for our special needs community in sans any ability to accept funds from different banks and people that were really very generously interested in donating. And so really that was the reasoning behind all of this. And so
so what happened is that through 2019 or the beginning of 2019, I had contacted an accountant, because accountants best or better than certainly me than putting up or setting up a 501c3 entity. And I think Mayor Hache came up with the name of Ridgewood Community Foundation, and it was turned over to the accountant with that name. Some people were asked to be on a board, not by me, but they were asked to be on the board of trustees for the foundation. And basically the intent of that, and there is right now, there is an entity formed called the Ridgewood Community Foundation, and it's just still awaiting the approval that it's got to receive, working with the accountant for its nonprofit status. It doesn't mean once you set up the entity for a nonprofit, you can begin to collect funds for it. So the people that were asked to do it and volunteered their time to get on that foundation board work to collect money, collect funds, and they can collect them, and they can still be given nonprofit status or nonprofit tax deductions. But even while you're waiting for your nonprofit status to be approved by the IRS, and that's what they're waiting for at this point in time.
And I guess once I'm still a little unclear about how this works, but I guess once everything is established, I guess boards and committees, if they have an interest in dealing with or I guess if there's grant opportunities, that's exactly how that would work, just the same way it worked through the Community Center Foundation, which again, that's out of the stable, it uses the stable address. It's a lot of it's confusing for me, but I know it's a good thing because it allows us to facilitate certain programming that otherwise wouldn't happen. And but that's entirely the community foundation as they become established and create their bylaws. It's we wish them all the best and know that they'll do the best they can to make Ridgewood a better place. So, any questions?
I have a question, or maybe just a clarification. There's a, for instance, Earth Day. So any monies that are earned at Earth Day come to the village. So the teams that Mike works with, that money that was in there, they could use for trees, for any of the other initiatives they're working on. So in that instance, it works very well because people would make donations, or they would pay for ad space, or they would, pay to have a table at Earth Day, and the money would be made out to the village of Ridgewood, and it would go into an account set up for Green Ridgewood or REAC, or however, I don't know what it's named now, the account. So and then the same thing happened with Arts Council after we kind of hashed through some of those issues. That was what we did. We put seed money in an account in the village. So I guess I don't even know who the board of trustees are on the Ridgewood Community Foundation, or who asked them to be on the board. So I don't know how that got constituted, but is the intent that all of those monies, like from Earth Day, are going to go to this? Or so I guess what's going to be the line of this money's going this way, this money's going that way?
So I think that money, first off, the Earth Day money, does that go to those commissions, or does it go to Parks and Rec?
There's for stuff like that, there's a trust fund set up, but it's not a 501c3. So really, the big fundraiser, if you will, is Earth Day, but you charge the vendors a fee to participate in Earth Day, and then they sell their wares or advertise their business or do whatever they do based on the fee. So it's not a tax deductible donation. You just take it in and it's put into the trust account, and then the board, the board votes however they want to spend the money. Like we've given out grants for green initiatives in middle schools. We've funded, partially funded websites and stuff like that. So, but it's not tax deductible. It's not a 501c3. So in that instance, it's its own separate trust account that's set up specifically for that committee. Now, I guess if, in this instance where you wanted like a bank or a larger entity wanted to make a donation, and it had to be a 501c3, then they wouldn't be able to give money to Green Ridgewood because they're not a 501c3. They could collect donations or fees or however you want to describe it, but they wouldn't get any kind of tax deduction for it because they're not a 501c3.
So I think any fundraising that any 501c3 would do, since it's not that money is not within our control and we're not a part of that, they would then essentially, I suppose, make grants to Access Weekend. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. So they decide how they fundraise, and they decide what they're underwriting, what they're making grants to. And so I guess but the village money has nothing to do with it because it's a completely separate entity. None of us are involved in it or can be involved in it.
Yeah, so we would have, so I guess just I'm saying, so we would have absolutely no control. So if they decided that all these monies are being donated, and they decide, the board of trustees says, you know what, we've decided that we're going to not give any to Access, and we're going to give it all to, I don't know, something else. Mm-hmm. Then, so I guess I'm trying to figure out what our part is in it, other than acknowledging that another group is setting up this 501c3.
Exactly, but I guess I'm confused too, because it's something I guess I'm always grapple with is how, I'm not sure how the Community Center Foundation operates, because the Community Center Foundation's mailing address is the stable.
Yeah, so I'm curious too.
501c3. So I find the whole thing to kind of be just confusing, because then isn't that if the Village Community Center filed for, and I don't know who the council liaison to the community center was at the time with the computers. I don't remember who that was.
I think it was Jeff. I think it was Jeff.
Jeff, right. So they fought, but I think Mayor Hache Ramon said was the contact person with the bank, I believe, whatever, I don't even remember, but the bank that became available, and it was whether or not you could apply for the grant. And the Community Center Foundation applied, the Community Center Committee, the Community Center Committee, right, submitted for the grant to Columbia Bank through the Community Center Foundation. So that's exactly what they did. And I think maybe it would be helpful for us to bring this back at a later date so we could look at how that exactly worked. And maybe that's a template that other committees can be using in whenever. I know that, like, for instance, the Ridgewood Arts Council, I know I've been talking about this for a number of years, has been like the idea of a stable run. And so if you wanted to do the stable run with the big life-size horses and painted horses, just like up at Saratoga, and now at whatever that town is right upstate New York, you have the big painted horses, they're life-size, and you paint those, and then we were going to put them at the stable on display, and because it's tied into the stable thing. And then we were going to take those horses and put them downtown. So it was really, so we had artists lined up, and the only piece of it that was missing is who was going to fund the horses. And so the question was whether or not you went to like a bank, and a bank would say, yes, we'll buy a horse, because the horse was hundreds of dollars or $2,000, whatever the life-size horse is, fiberglass. And then you had to have the artist paint it. And so this was like a CBD tie-in initiative. So it would have tied in with CBDAC, Pam. So it would have tied in with your efforts to do something kind of creative, artistic downtown. The question was, if you were to take a donation from a bank to purchase the horse, how does that money get processed? So I don't know. And that's kind of the reason at the time we didn't pursue it. Also, COVID-19 hit. But if anybody's interested in doing the stable run, I think it's still a great idea. Pam.
So I'm very unclear about what would happen when and if the IRS approves the nonprofit status. And I think Bernadette might have been asking the same thing. If a given committee raises money and it goes through this 501c3, then is there a guarantee that that committee gets to use that money for its projects? Or could it be taken away from them and used for something totally different? Because that would be a real disincentive to me, I would think, for a committee. And also, I don't understand how the people who were asked to be trustees were chosen.
So I think
And who
initially,
they are.
I'm sorry?
And who they are.
So I don't know currently who the Board of Trustees is, but I guess we could find that out, who's on there now. But I think that maybe we have to understand better when they're more organized, or whenever the accountant is organized with everything. Maybe there's a bylaws or something that we can better understand what the programming will be, how that will work. Because I actually don't know. It's a great question.
And then also, if there were a situation where a donor said, sure, I'll pay for your flyers, and the donor pays, say, Ridgewood Press or whoever is making the flyers, that's a direct payment, and does that matter at all? Is that allowed?
I don't know, because that's another good question. So we had like the whole downtown Ridgewood, Welcome Back to Ridgewood initiative. And there were donations, and I think Councilwoman Walsh was actually back months and months and months ago expressed real concerns about how that was working, whether or not how they were seen as gifts to the village. And, I think that, that it's, sometimes it's difficult to understand who's making the donation, how is the money being processed? And I think that's where we were confused, I think months ago. So it's a great question. And I think that these are maybe questions at some point we can list out and have maybe even during budget hearings to understand, when that money comes in, where it goes, how it's identified, how it's flagged. I don't know. I know that, there's been discussion, and as you and I know, Pam, because we've been in those meetings with Welcome Back to Ridgewood, who paid for banners, who paid for signs, who paid for street closures, who paid for police coverage, who paid for parking spaces, who paid for whatever barricades. And I think that for me, I don't really personally like a headless octopus, and it's just a rule of thumb. But I do feel like we didn't have a concrete understanding of where money, how it's coming in, and how those donors are then treated. It's a good question.
I think my understanding of the intent of what the council was looking for was that the nonprofit foundation would be the source for people who, if a particular Ridgewood ad hoc committee wanted to do something that required money and funding, they could approach the foundation and make a request. If they were going to go out and do fundraise or trying to, talk to people and ask, listen, we're trying to do these things. Can you guys make donations and get a deduction for it? It would be the foundation that would be the source for that. And I don't know the accounting rules, but if someone made a donation with a specific purpose in mind, for, say, Ridgewood Access or for citizen safety or some other committee, and said we want to do this for their project, or for the green team or something like that, then they would make that donation through the foundation with it as directed to that particular committee. So I don't think, the thing is that the committees themselves couldn't go out and fundraise and expect to get nonprofit clarity for anybody making a donation.
Right.
So in order to get the opportunity to have a donation reach that status or level of being a nonprofit a donation for a nonprofit entity, the foundation is set up to be the source or to be the holder of that. And we can't decide how the money gets spent. We can't be, can you have a council liaison on that committee? No, you can't, because we can't have a say in how that gets set up. If it's the effort that you try and do, I guess if it doesn't work, nobody's going to make donations through it because they're going to know that it's not being handled properly. But then it just becomes, a non-entity, so to speak. But that was the intent, was to try and do that. And the only way to do that was to get a foundation with a nonprofit status, which is what my direction was to see if that could happen. And I talked to an accountant, and it could be done. And that's why the name came up as a Ridgewood Community Foundation, and that was going to be the entity. So that's what's going on. But the intent was to use that foundation as the source. Make your donations through that foundation so that it can be then dispersed as a nonprofit, a deductible donation, and sent into whatever committee was in need or made requests or whatever, and make a decision.
So just for clarification, every not-for-profit that's set up has a purpose. So whatever the purpose is for this foundation, they would only be able to raise funds to direct them in for that use. Now, someone wants to make a donation, they can restrict their donation. So if there's a project access and I want to donate $100, I can say to the foundation, here's $100, only spend it on project access. So the foundation is required to segregate general donations from those that are restricted. And those general donations, whatever is not restricted, has to be used for purposes that the foundation was set up for. Otherwise, they violate their not-for-profit status and they can lose their 501c3 identification and they're out.
So thank you, Bob. Actually, I do recall that I think that maybe there was that specificity as to you had to make a donation, and that's exactly correct. Look, I'll only say it was much easier in 2016 when I said write the check to the Village of Ridgewood. What else? And send it to Bob Rooney. I mean, it was far less complicated for me. But
by the way, I took it, but I couldn't give a letter that said I was a 501c3.
no, I know. And they asked and Valley, but look, they were, everyone was very gracious about the whole thing. They still donated and they were gracious about it, but they do want that 501c3 to donate and it's a really great weekend. So totally worth the anxiety over it. But
so what I'll do is I'll work with Matt. We'll try to pull some information together as to the way it's set up, the structure, and certainly by the time we get into budget hearings, we'll be able to talk about it better.
And hopefully they'll have all their 501 and everything established. Go ahead, Bernie.
Of course, as you listen to this and peel back the onion, so we have criteria set up for anybody that makes a donation to the village. One of them being that they can't have an application before the zoning of the planning board. So are we setting up an end run that if they make a donation to this foundation and have an application, they would essentially be publicized as making this donation there while they're having an application? And I'm just being the devil's advocate here. So, and we'll have no control over the Ridgewood Community Foundation. So I don't know, just in terms of our donation policy.
I think that's it's a little different, Bernie, just since you brought it up, and this is the first time I've heard the question. I think it's a little different because the donations that we have control over are the ones that are directly made to the village, and these are not directly made to the village. And
but if their purview is to the village, or I guess that's
if it's and again, it's got to go to the, as Bob pointed out, when you file for a nonprofit entity, you do have to give an explanation, and it's approved by the IRS as to what your purpose is. Right. And obviously in their purpose, it can't be donations to the Village of Ridgewood, because that's a different thing. It's got to be towards community committees and things such as that. And, so it's a bit of a difference because it's not a gift to the village. It's a donation. It's a financial donation to committees that are set up that need it for specific events and things like that. So there will be a difference in it, but I can see your point. And, and again, it's a little different because the council's not sitting there accepting the gift and then or some board making a decision about what that person's doing, or whether it be a development application or something else. It doesn't have the same controls that you do when you have a gift to the village. It's a much different deal. So it's something certainly to be concerned about, and I can see it, but there is a distinction there that I think needs to be made.
I agree with Susan. Write a check out to the village is a lot easier.
A lot easier. You just don't get your nonprofit deduction. So.
They've actually, in fairness, that the banks were the ones, and I'm not picking on the banks, and I'm not going to mention any banks by name, but the banks definitely were. Yeah, we're not doing. We're not, and so they're looking for. I had just kind of stepped into that and realized very quickly that you know, without saying, write the check to the village, not kind of, I guess in my own being naive, I guess, not understanding the whole thing at the time, you know, it was just kind of a no-brainer to me, send a check to Bob. What else? What, I didn't even, it's like, what do you mean?
Oh, don't forget, this all came from, people volunteer their time.
Yeah.
They participate and they volunteer their time for the committees. And they want to do events to bring notice to their effort that they do, which is a good thing. Community involvement, it prospers when you have more people involved. So there are people who aren't on the committees but know of these things, and they want to contribute to them financially if they can. So this was the whole mechanism to set that up, because the council heard what was going on and they wanted to be able to react and help out in these instances where you have a big weekend, or an access weekend, or you have something else that they want to do. So that's what the purpose of this was, and it was, it's a good purpose, and if it can work, hopefully it's going to do those things that you expect it to do. So, I think that's what the council had in mind all along.
I agree. Okay.
I had one last thought, that we've been blessed with some large, generous donors, and they need that 501c3 status so that they can deduct from their taxes. But now with tax reform, so many of us aren't itemizing anymore, and we don't get charitable deductions. Most of us individual residents, we can't make use of a tax deduction anyway. So maybe another vehicle would be appropriate and easier.
Say that again?
Maybe another vehicle for donating without tax deduction would be easier and more expeditious.
Well,
in certain circumstances.
I suppose you can look into that, and maybe that's something to discuss with an accountant, or maybe Bob can take a look at it too as well. Bob and I will take a look at that as we go through the other aspects of this.
I just want to point something out to your concern about the tax deduction. For 2020, the IRS has eased a lot of the restrictions on charitable contributions, as well as cash contributions. You may want to look into that this year, before the end of the year, because you might have an opportunity to get additional tax deductions. They got rid of a lot of limitations. I just read this yesterday. So I'm just telling you, for some tax planning, you got a month left. You may want to just look into it. It might be beneficial to you. That's
good.
That's an advertisement.
Call your accountant, Pam.
Exactly.
Okay, great. All right, so we're good. I think actually Pam raised a really good point, but I think that there are two sides to that coin, Pam. One is the side that there are still entities that won't make those donations, but to your point, yeah, you can make a donation and just say here, and then you get a little notice and resolution for the village council. It's kind of like when you make donation to the Board of Education or something, and you get a resolution and your name is on it. They send you a nice letter, say thank you. All right, moving on.
Okay, so Matt just left, so I guess we'll move on to operations and come back once he comes back. So under operations, authorizing a shared services agreement for TV inspection. This is to put down a camera into the mains. If there's a blockage, to determine that. This is through the Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority, which is located in Waldwick. And so it's an ability to have a shared services. It's an on as needed basis. So we don't pay unless we use them. And they have a minimum payment of $500. It's a 2-year contract. We'd award 1 year at a time. We've done this probably for, 15, 20 years. And we don't use it that often, but if we do need to use it, at least it's available to us. So that's shared services. So we can go back now to the Ridgecrest pilot agreement.
And I guess you say that because you wanted me to be back to talk about it?
I did.
Okay. We were approached by Rich Barclay. I think you know Rich. He's on the board of trustees for Ridgecrest. And Ridgecrest notified us that they are under contract for sale to a local group, to somebody with ties in the community, which is good news. But in order to effectuate the sale and deal with financing and things like that, they needed updates on two items. One is the existing pilot agreement that they have with the Village of Ridgewood, and the other is a lease agreement for a certain nominal amount for property that is part of the Ridgewood parking area and parking lot, and the Ridgecrest parking lot, rather. So there are two things we're going to be asking you guys to look at. One is basically a continuation of the pilot arrangement, pilot agreement with Ridgecrest, and the other one is a continuation of that lease. And these were signed in 1982. They've felt that for the purposes of financing and assisting with regard to that, the renewal and the re-recognition of those two agreements with the village would be very helpful. Basically, we have seen a draft of the pilot agreement. Both Bob and I have, and both of us find it okay. The lease agreement is just basically a continuation of the existing lease for a nominal amount. And right now, I think we're going to be doing this till 2032, although we just have to take a look at that. But other than that, that's what they're asking us to do. We all obviously are very proud of Ridgecrest and want to continue the relationship, the strong relationship between the village and Ridgecrest. So with that, we recommend continuing on with them and approving this request for a re-recognition of the pilot and lease agreement. So,
And those would both be done by ordinance?
Yeah, the pilot, yes.
So are they two separate ordinances then?
They should be two separate ordinances, yes.
Okay.
Oh, any question? Oh, go ahead, Bernie.
Yes, I just have a question. So the current ownership of Ridgecrest has nonprofit status. Would the new buyer have nonprofit status as well?
From what I understand, yes.
Because isn't that the criteria, obviously?
That's the criteria, has to be continued, right?
Has to be continued, okay.
What's the county's involvement with Ridgecrest? Are they involved somehow in the administration?
I'm not completely certain about the county's involvement with it, but
They're just involved with the rental of the units. So they're the ones who put out the notice for the rental of the units.
they basically administrate it, right?
Correct, yes.
Is there a reason that goes through the county and not through because those are affordable units, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was I think back in earlier affordable housing days, the county provided affordable housing administrators for a lot of towns.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is part of that. And I think the county has slowly tried to get, take that out and not be the responsible administrator, but it has continued at Ridgecrest. And I think Ridgecrest is one of the few that the county still does.
So at some point, the county says, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. So does that then go to our Piazza and Associates? Is that
more than likely, we would probably rely on a group like Piazza and Associates to do that. I think it would probably be a new aspect of the administrative services. Right. So it might be something that we have to look at again, but it would be that type of a situation.
Okay. Anyone else questions?
Okay.
Oh, and wait,
before we leave policy, number 2 was taken off the agenda, the social media. And I would like to make sure that that is scheduled for the next public workshop.
January.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows, Dylan and I were volunteered to work on this, and we did work on it from through October and November. There's been some last minute additions. I sent a copy over to Dylan. Dylan and I have to sit down and talk about them further. And we should be ready by January, given the holidays, but we should be ready by the next work session, which is the beginning of January.
I had another question about the Ridgecrest. Sorry. So the other question is in terms of the county, because in that part of Ridgecrest now has been open to special needs adults, right?
Yes.
So that doesn't change with the new group.
No, I don't believe so. I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't change with the two agreements that we're working on.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. That's
Okay.
it.
So the next is renewal to liquor licenses. One is Signature Cocktails LLC, and the other one is Maple Avenue Liquors. They could not be renewed with the other liquor licenses due to the fact that they needed a special ruling because they had not been at a cited location for 2 years. Signature Cocktails actually just bought it in April, but it used to be the Elks Club license, and they had not been active at a location, and that was the end of the 2-year period. So ABC has issued a special ruling for both of them. So they've done it for 2 licensed terms, but we can only renew it for the July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. So both of them have been authorized to be renewed by ABC. The council is the licensing authority, so you just have to agree to do so through a resolution. Okay.
Any questions on that?
So it'll only be good till June 2021?
Correct. That's when all the liquor licenses will expire, their annual renewals. So in June, we'll do renewals again for all liquor.
Oh, so it can continue to be renewed?
Yeah, yes, correct. And these already have their approvals. They have to still pay the fee and they have to pay the ABC and we usually do inspections. So, but yes, they've gotten now their approval. Now, if they aren't cited for another year past 2022, like in 2022, it would end. And then they would have to apply for another special ruling if they hadn't been cited yet. But the one is undergoing renovation, so they most likely will be cited sometime next year. And then the other one believes that they'll be able to cite it at 1 Franklin Avenue in the retail space, so at the multifamily. So, it most likely will happen sometime next year for both of them.
So does that mean a restaurant or a bar is going in that vacant corner property in Garber Square?
Distribution licenses are liquor stores.
Oh.
So, and the consumption license is the other one, which is Signature Cocktails, and they already have a license location to put it in, which is 2-4 Garber Square.
That's right across from the wine cellar
station.
So we'd have 2 liquor stores right opposite.
It's a consumption license. So it's a bar.
Oh, it is a bar. Okay.
Consumption is a bar, distribution is a liquor store. Okay. The next one is the updated local supplemental violations ordinance schedule. So the offenses and payable amounts for various violations of ordinances has been approved by the assignment judge of the AOC. It's been sent by the municipal court administrator. All the ordinances were reviewed by the police officers who issue summonses. Most of the changes were to establish ordinances as payable fines instead of having them have a court appearance required. And this is in keeping in the recommendation from the AOC, which is the Administrative Office of the Courts. The AOC made the recommendations mainly due to the pandemic, and there aren't as many court cases being heard, and also the state's desire for consistency in violations and fines. So the few ordinances that have increased fines, it was to make us consistent with other municipalities' fines. So an ordinance will be prepared for these multiple fines, and then they'll be in effect. They actually were effective. We just got the approval, but they go back to it goes back to September 23rd for some reason. So I don't know, but our ordinance won't be adopted till January. So I don't know what happens with that, but according to the AOC, they retroactively, I guess, approve it. So So now the review of next week's agenda. We have one proclamation, which is for Radon. January is Radon Awareness Month, I believe it's called. And we have radon test kits in our health department. So that will be on the agenda. We have no introduction or public hearing of ordinances for Ridgewood Water. We have a whole bunch of resolutions for Ridgewood Water this time. We have Title 59 approval and award of contract for servicing and repair of electric stores. Title 59 approval and award of contract for landscaping services. Title 59 approval and award of contract for furnishing and delivering of sodium hypochlorite. Title 59 approval and award of contract for line stop and valve insertion services. Title 59 approval and award of contract for pipe appurtenances and service materials. Title 59 approval and award of contract for annual PFAS laboratory analysis services. Title 59 approval and award of contract for tree maintenance services. Title 59 approval, award of contract for cold water meters, award contract under state contract chlorine and phosphate analyzers, award contract under state contract aerial mapping, award contract Garrett Place Water Main Project, award contract Elks Club interior and exterior demolition, award professional services contract hydrogeologic consulting services, or professional services contract design and construction administration of 20 PFAS treatment and improvements. Award additional year of contract servicing and repair potable water pumping facilities. Authorized change order professional engineering services for Farview and East Side Station improvements, and rejecting the bid for laboratory analysis services. For ordinances introduction, we have the establishing the stop signs at Shelton Road and Stylen Avenue. We have the Ridgecrest pilot agreement. We have the lease of property at Ridgecrest, and then the violation schedule of fees. The public hearings are amending Peace and Good Order for establishing regulations for municipal parking facilities, amending Chapter 145 fees for the Hudson Street parking lot permit, amending Chapter 265 vehicles and traffic for permit parking, the 2020 non-union and management salary ordinances, the 2021 non-union and management salary ordinances, and then amending various salary ordinances. And finally, the special emergency ordinance to appropriate $2,047,254 related to the COVID-19 pandemic public health emergency. For resolutions, we have approving the 2021 Village Cash Management Plan, designating official newspapers for 2021. That's an annual resolution. The 2021 annual meeting statement, which we went over those meetings in August. Awarding contract for the preparation of 2021 Village Council meeting minutes, awarding contract water pollution control facility facade repairs, award contract replacement of doors at water pollution control facility, award contract disposal of street sweepings, award contract under state contract lawnmower for water pollution control facility. Again, we're going to look and see if we can get a little cheaper price. Award additional amount of contract yard waste disposal. Award professional services contract software for finance department, or professional services contract risk management consultants. That's an annual appointment. Brown and Brown Metro, I think they're called now. We've been with them for, gosh, I think 12 or 15 years. They serve us well. They help run our safety meetings quarterly, and they're a great help to us. The next one is, let me just see, or professional services contract employee assistance program. This is through Westburg Mental Health Care. That's an annual agreement. Award additional amount of contract, feasibility assessment for indoor firearms range, award professional services, award contract under interlocal purchasing system, streaming production of village council meetings, authorized shared services agreement, TV inspection with Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority, authorizing shared services agreement with cosmetology inspections with Norwood, declaring property surplus for the fire department, declaring property surplus, Division of Solid Waste Packer Truck, approving the 2020 budget transfers, approving the 2021 temporary budgets, approving the renewal of liquor licenses, appointing a joint insurance fund commissioner, which has been traditionally the village manager. If one of the council members would prefer to be the commissioner, let me know and we can appoint one of you. And then the last one is appointing the public agency compliance officer, which again has always been the village manager. So does anyone want anything off of this consent agenda that you know of?
Yeah, can you, for the water, can you take the Elks and then the firearms range?
Okay, sure. Okay, hold on. Anything else? Okay.
Thank you. With that, we're moving back to public comment.
Would you like me to read the comment that I have from the email that was sent to me? Do you want me to read that first, or do you want me to wait till after?
You can read it first.
Okay.
Or actually, better yet, let's. All these people are in NICU. Let's let them go.
Okay, very good.
Okay, go.
All right, bringing in the first person, Lori Weber.
Good evening. Please unmute. State your name and address for the record.
Well, good evening, everybody. This is Lori Weber, 235 South Irving Street, and my hat's off to every single one of you. It's been a while since I sat through an entire village council meeting. I'm usually more of a Board of Education gal, and I have to say hats off to both because you guys are amazing. I got to thank Mike Seaton for being the token male on the council. My daughter was just loving it, as I pointed out to you, that 4 out of the 5 of you are women, and good for all of you. So, okay, for my comment, I wanted to address the one village, one vote ballot question and the current appeal that the village filed. This week, One Village, One Vote sent out a rather self-serving email to their supporters on their subscription list and also posted on social media, on the local groups, in the hopes of pushing the village council into dropping the appeal, thereby forcing Ridgewood taxpayers to pay their legal bills and adopting the illegal ordinance that they've proposed. I mean, let's remember who sued who here. Why should we lay down and pay One Village, One Vote's legal fees if there is a legal basis that requires an examination of the judge's decision? Judging by the number of responses tonight, it would seem that the overwhelming majority of the people that One Village, One Vote contacted are content to have the village see this through the appellate court. And as a taxpayer, I am too. I'm perfectly happy by a regular vote to admit that the majority rules. But in this case, there are legal questions that need to be answered. For one, the initiative petition process that was used by One Village, One Vote is for the purpose of creating municipal ordinance and cannot lawfully be used to move the date of the school elections. The Board of Education is not empowered to create ordinance. So if the village council adopts what One Village, One Vote presented to voters, the Board of Education and the state laws that govern how school election dates can be changed would be completely and possibly permanently usurped. There would be nothing the Board of Education could ever do that would override the ordinance short of a lawsuit. So the law is clear. Any local ordinance that serves to override or conflict with a state statute is on its face null and void. Therefore, under the law, the 2 elections cannot lawfully be moved through one ballot question. So although a judge ordered the proposed ordinance to be placed onto the ballot, she couldn't and she didn't rule that it is legally viable in itself. We have no way of knowing how voters would have responded if moving the dates of the village council and Board of Education elections was not presented as the package deal that it was. Yet the unlawful combination of the 2 on the ballot was the basis of One Village, One Vote's entire platform. In fairness to the thousands of voters who weighed in, all of whose votes are important, regardless of how they voted. The questions should be presented to voters in conformance to the law and in no way biased toward the interests of one side. I think everybody would agree that whether you agree with something or not, you don't want people to be able to come in and circumvent the law. It's there for a reason, and the laws are complex. And the laws that control one local unit of government, the village council, aren't necessarily the same as the laws that control another local unit government, like the Board of Education. Oh, geez, I'm sorry about that. Oh, can I close it up with one final comment?
What was the timer on that, Donna?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's 3 minutes. I apologize.
It seemed like it went pretty quick, and not that I was looking to give any extra time.
I'm sorry, it's 5 minutes.
Go ahead and wrap it up.
Oh, so I get 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes.
I'm going to talk extra slow now, Ms. Jackson. Anyway, so basically, where was I? I guess I was talking about how, and all voters should want the law to work. I mean, ultimately, that serves everyone's interests. And nothing would stop the petitioners from doing this in a lawful manner. I think that voters should be given the opportunity to choose what they want based on what can be accomplished under the law. And it actually needs to be said that, and this is what I really wanted to get in here, is that we have a 30+ year village clerk who was vilified by One Village, One Vote. And that shouldn't be glossed over. She deserves the benefit of a complete and thorough examination of the law as it pertains to her duties. It's just simply the right thing to do, and we cannot ignore that. We can't put a price tag on that. And even if there was a price tag on that, we're already on the hook for over $11,000 to One Village, One Vote. So if we're talking money, they're just advocating to get their legal bills paid. So I urge you to continue the village appeal and all efforts that you can take to ensure that whatever actions are taken on our behalf, whether we agree with them or like them or not, that they are in strict accordance with the law so that we are all standing on the same playing field, and so that we know that, because anything short of that would not only set a terrible precedent for the village, it would actually leave us vulnerable to future legal actions. You can't just do this and then wait for the other shoe to drop later on. It's going to cost one way or another. So why don't we just take this time and do this correctly? And now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, next up is Jeannie Johnson. Jeannie, please unmute.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Johnson, 325 Maston Place. The holidays are upon us now, and more than ever should be a time for us to celebrate the good in our lives. Instead, many of us are giving our focused attention to the political unrest taking place right here in Ridgewood. Truth is told, every taxpayer in Ridgewood should have their eyes wide open to see what our village council members are trying to do and undo. Some council members are willing to terminate the public-private partnership between the village and Health Barn USA. Doing this will eliminate over $250,000 that Health Barn generates in rent payments and programming dividends. The council majority has elected to discuss this issue in private session. The apparent reasoning is it is a lease agreement. However, when the terms of this agreement were introduced in 2016, they were discussed in open session. So what's changed and why, as landlords, are you leaving your tenant in the dark? Health Barn's owner received one brief phone call from our village manager to discuss the original lease's one-term extension. Other than that, there's been no communication from the village. According to reports, some council members do not believe a private business should be operating out of one of our parks. Then all businesses should be prevented from using our public spaces. That means that all sports clubs should be banned from using our fields. The Graydon concession stand will need to go. The vendors at the stable will need to be pushed out. And if we're going to get technical, then there shouldn't be any outside programming at the community center or the library either. It sounds kind of ridiculous. Our parks and facilities should be used responsibly, and if the village can earn money in the programs that benefit every demographic that the council serves, these businesses should be welcomed. But therein lies the issue. From all intents and purposes, it appears that some members of this council aren't interested in serving all their constituents. It appears they are serving a select few. We know that 36 households surrounding Habernickel Park have no issue with Health Barn. We also know that two households, or more accurately, only 2 people in the neighborhood have an issue. Why did these 2 people get to exercise power over our governing body and the majority of the neighboring residents? Which brings me to another concern. Ridgewood voters overwhelmingly voted to consolidate our elections. There's no disputing that fact, yet some members of this council are using those exact voters' tax dollars to attempt to overturn this vote. This debacle's legal fees have cost villagers a significant amount of money so far, and that number will quickly rise. And to what end? To appease the minority? Some members of this council must think we have access to a money tree. The irresponsible spending tactics have got to end. We were told in June that we were broke. There are revenue shortfalls everywhere we look. Shedler is just one example. There is a $1 million+ structure that's sitting there with no plan and still no usable parkland, and the list goes on. I'm begging this council to please, please, please recognize and remember the people that voted for you and consult with us, listen to us, and vote according to the majority. We're counting on you to act responsibly with our tax dollars, and we're counting on you to work in collaboration with public and private entities to reduce our tax burdens. I would also like to request that this council stay true to their declaration of complete transparency. Share accurate information in a timely fashion on a user-friendly website, and please, for all concerned, implement a social media policy as soon as possible. And finally, I'd like the public to hear the facts about the 501c3. The conversations
I haven't.
I can't hear.
I can't hear it. Yeah.
Janie, you
that
disappeared.
I recall about the inception of this nonprofit began at the first 100. I don't know what to say. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the conversations I recall about the inception of the nonprofit began at the first 125th anniversary planning committee. I also recall having a conversation with the village attorney, informing him that starting a nonprofit would be difficult because the IRS was backlogged due to the government shutdown in December 2018. But the paperwork was submitted and the mayor chose the trustees. I don't believe that it's a coincidence that 2 of them are the neighbors who want Health Barn to disappear. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. Why don't we continue and then we'll go back to that. Yeah, Dylan.
All right. Anybody else wanting to speak, please raise your hand.
Anybody
Okay.
awake?
Yeah, we got another person. It's going to be one of the Lovings. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd like to speak for a few moments about the phantom firing range that the mayor has referred to as a kerfuffle. Actually, I see this now after hearing the conversation tonight. I view this now after hearing the conversation tonight as something a little bit bigger than a kerfuffle. kudos to the deputy mayor for putting his finger right on something that should not have happened. I have no idea why the council was not informed about another $5,000 expenditure to discuss or to investigate the possibility of putting this at another location. The village manager spoke about we discussed it, but she never explained who the we was. It obviously didn't include any members of the council, so who was the we that discussed this alternative plan to build this at an alternative location that the village does not even own? I cannot imagine why you would want to discuss or even consider putting a large facility that in all likelihood would cost multi-millions of dollars on a piece of property not even owned by the village. I also can't imagine that this was done without any council involvement whatsoever. I am pleased at the fact that this was not discussed by the council behind closed doors, but I am somewhat disgusted that it was discussed at all, and the council was expected to pick up the bill for this, that, in my opinion, was unauthorized work. Don't know how this happened. Don't know how this happened at all. You might recall that on 3 separate occasions, I asked or commented about the fact that the former Airbrook limousine property at the Park and Ride was not being advertised as being available for sale. You might also recall that a former mayor always used to say, I don't believe in coincidences. Based upon the discussion I've heard tonight, I now understand why on the 3 occasions in which I mentioned that Park and Ride facility being unused, why nothing was ever done about it, because apparently somebody had plans to do something with it, but just didn't advise the council what those plans were. Again, I think that this was more than just a kerfuffle. I believe this was something that was done deliberately behind the backs of the council. Don't know how it leaked. That's another question. Somebody who knew about these plans leaked it, and that's how it wound up on social media this week, that people knew that it was going at the Park and Ride facility, or that the Park and Ride facility was being considered, knew that it cost $5 million. So who had these plans that decided to leak it to people to put on social media, but yet kept the council in the dark? Quite a lot going on here, and I hope the council gets to the bottom of this and finds out what happened. I agree with Councilwoman Walsh. She asked that this be removed from the consent agenda next month. I would not vote to approve this $5,000 expenditure. Done without your consent, done behind your backs, leaked to social media to embarrass you. It just sounds like you really need to put your finger on what happened here. So kudos to Councilman Seaton for saying, this should not have happened, was completely unauthorized, and I am neither for nor against a firing range, but I am definitely against for the way that this whole thing was managed. So thank you very much, and I believe that the other party in my house has a comment about something else, so if the clock could be restarted, I'm going to pass this iPad over to her.
Good evening. Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I wanted to say how happy I was with all the reporting about the trees. It was just so heartening to hear about all that work. And I guess Deputy Mayor Seaton's getting all the mentions tonight, because thank you for all the work you've done on that. I know the numbers of trees that need to be planted sounded enormous, but I would like to mention for anybody out there who's still listening that the village's Memorial Tree Program is a way that individuals or groups can have a tree planted. And I had a recent experience with it, which was absolutely fantastic. Nancy Bigos and Matt Andrula, who's the I think his title is the park supervisor, were incredibly helpful. Mr. Andrula in particular was very compassionate and kind. We were allowed to select the park that we wanted it in, the location in the park, and the species of tree, with some consulting, of course, with Mr. Andrula. And I just think that that's something that needs to be really advertised. It is on the village website, but you have to dig a little bit to find it. And it doesn't have to be a memorial tree. You don't have to do it just when somebody has passed away. It could be in honor of any occasion or event that you want to honor, or a person that you want to honor. There's also a memorial bench program, but I'm specifically speaking about the tree program. And it was just a very, very good experience all around, and I recommend it to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan? Where's Dylan?
Sorry about that. I'm showing no others.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So we're going to close the public comment. I just want to go on the record and say that I wasn't speaking
I
about.
have one more email to read. Would you like me to read
Go
that?
ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. This is from Mahmoud Hamza of 528 Amsterdam Avenue. First, I would like to thank the Park and Recreation Department for a wonderful job. I worked closely with Declan and Dina Cat to get the 2 memorial trees I donated to the village planted. Everyone was friendly, courteous, and helpful, and we got the trees planted. Thank you. Second, I would like to share my opinion about the Health Barn USA. I thought when I heard about the issue first that it would be a simple task that will be addressed and resolved smoothly, but like everything else these days, it is not. I see 3 main challenges surrounding this issue. I would like to emphasize that I fully agree, understand, and expect that while the village might outsource some of its properties to private businesses, it has to make sure that it maximizes the revenues and to work within a legal framework that will ensure transparency and avoid impropriety. And I will also emphasize the neighbors who are living near the park, if they bought their houses when the park was a quaint and quiet horse farm, and now are experiencing unexpected changes in their neighborhood, noisy and busy, they would be disappointed and unhappy, to say the least. But I also see the good services that are being offered by the Health Barn. They are beneficial to many of the Ridgewood residents' kids. From what I heard, many of our residents are benefiting from its services. The first time I was introduced to Stacy and the Health Barn USA's activities was a few years ago when the interfaith clergy was invited to breakfast at the barn. We were given the opportunity to experience firsthand what educational services is being offered to the community. Personally, I was very impressed with the program, a new concept and a wonderful learning experience, complementing other activities taking place in the village. It is connecting the kids with nature, to healthy food habits, to gardening, and is giving them a peaceful place to connect. See how we can live as a village and how you, as our unifying force, we can work together to meet the 3 challenges. First, although revenues should always be a priority, especially under the current circumstances, but let us not forget that revenues are used to offer services benefiting the residents. So if there are beneficiaries within our village from a good business such as Health Barn, it would make sense to give a bit of revenues for a good service. Transparency is another major issue. Businesses cannot just be rewarded opportunities without ensuring proper procedure. I look at our village attorney seeking his advice of how a village can reward a private business the right to use a village resource based on or in response to a public demand. And for both the neighbors and the business, do not let this issue divide us. We need to get together. This is not a matter of who will win or who will lose. It is a matter of working together with a little bit of concession by everyone will make the village and all of us winners. On the other hand, I will plead to the neighbors to look into this with an open heart. One reason we love Ridgewood is its multi-generational environment. There's a price we pay for that. I know we're paying much higher taxes for a school system we do not use anymore, but it is a pleasure to pass by the schools or the fields and see the kids playing or giggling, watching them grow up into wonderful people and saying proudly that they are our neighbors' kids or that they came from my village. And for the business, I would like to see them listen carefully to what the neighbors are asking or for complaining about. Everyone's neighbor's complaint is to be considered seriously and is to be addressed properly by the business. We all need to compromise a little. I'm sure that if 2 groups sit together with the intention of coming up with a working solution, they will. I'd like to conclude by re-emphasizing that yes, there are challenges, but again, I look at the council to be the unifying force. After all, I believe that you care about every and each Ridgewood resident. I'm very confident that you, our council, can work it out with all the concerned citizens to come up with a workable solution. We need to start working with everyone and come up with a reasonable accommodation early enough to ensure success for all, for the business to prosper with the least impact on the village residents living nearby while ensuring proper legal process. Thank you, Mahmoud Hamza.
Thank you, Hamza.
Mayor, we do have one person that raised their hand.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
All right, it's Siobhan Winograd. I'm bringing her in right now. Siobhan, please unmute.
Okay, I just did.
Okay.
Hi, Siobhan Cran, Winograd, 274 Ivy Place. I've been watching the meeting. I'm sorry it's so late. I was debating whether or not to say anything. I have a couple of questions, and I'm hoping, I know these things sometimes are not answered, but I too had some questions on the gun range. As some of you know, I live in Ridgewood, but 3 doors down from Glen Rock. And when the prospect proposal came up, I know that many Glen Rock residents were very unhappy, and we were watching that, and, you know, it's 3 doors down is a different community, and they really didn't love that location, at least my neighbors here in Woodside Park. So, you know, the figure 5 million came from that 2019 discussion in the Bergen County Record article. I think that was a quote directly in that article, and people were really concerned about the cost, and then they were concerned about all the other things. Clearly, that was a different time pre-COVID. When it came back on the agenda, you know, my first initial question was, you know, one, how did it get from Prospect over to the Park and Ride? And 2, why are we continuing this? Because our economic condition, like everything has changed so much. So, you know, I'm a little concerned because, you know, the initial study was $10,000, and then now there's an additive $5,000, which is a significant expense. But I'm also relieved that you guys are not really exploring the Park and Ride as an option or doing a gun range within Ridgewood borders. I just think for the public, a lot of the confusion came is that if we're not interested, or you guys as the council aren't interested in that, why did we spend the money on any type of feasibility for anything? And I don't know if you guys can address that or you have to figure it out, but I think part of the public's confusion was that you had something that had momentum in 2019 outside of our borders. We paid $10,000 to explore it. It went dark. And now it came back up on the agenda. And I think for me, you know, I attend a lot of meetings. I watch a lot of agendas. I was totally confused. And I just don't understand if it moved here and we're not doing it, which is what I want, because I really don't want that gun range built in Ridgewood for a whole variety of reasons. But why did we spend the $5,000 to look at it? So that's one specific question. The second comment I want to make is that, you know, the Ridgewood Community Foundation, I understand it's supposed to be a supplemental board to, you know, for all the benefits that a charity comes. But it seems that, you know, if the village is working this hard to set up the charity, you're going to have problems. And the charity as a board and a structure should probably do it outside of village resources. You know, I personally during COVID was trying to get all my receipts in, and I looked for my donation and I found the old treasurer to only find that there's a new treasurer. If the village is going to be using this, we should be disclosing who's on that board. It took me a while and everyone was super helpful. Deanna was great. But I made a donation in the spring and I was trying to put everything in order for my accountant, and I couldn't really figure out what was going on, how separate it was from Ridgewood and who it actually is. So I do think if it's a separate board and a separate structure and none of the councils on it, no village resources should be really used in establishing it. Those are my only 2 things. So I know you normally don't answer my questions, but if you could just address the change in venue, I'd be very appreciative because I know a lot of people shared my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Siobhan. Have a good evening.
You too.
Was there anyone else, Dylan?
I am showing no others.
Okay, I'm going to close public comments, and good news, Siobhan, I'm going to respond. So a couple of things. I just want to correct Mr. Loving on his use of my term kerfuffle. I was referring to the kerfuffle on Facebook and social media about something that we all knew nothing about, and other than it was not published on an agenda. So I think the issue at hand is that, you know, there was momentum in 2019. I believe that's when it was. there was an interest in at least exploring this as the feasibility before bringing anyone else into the conversation. But the additional $5,000, clearly anybody who's watched the meeting understands that nobody on village council was aware that this was even a consideration. So I think that your confusion is probably maybe a little bit less than my confusion, because I don't know how on earth anybody could have known that location if it was not posted on an agenda. And I guess it's just confusing for us as well. So, and the other thing I just wanted to talk about was there was an awful lot to unpack in 2 commenters ago. And a lot of the information was inaccurate. I'm unclear that Health Barn's revenue was $250,000 to the village, if that's what I heard. I was a little bit surprised to hear that. A lot of wrong information there, a lot to unpack. I think I'm going to go back and listen to that comment and revisit it and maybe unpack it and bring it back next week to discuss it, because sometimes people call in and comment, just like on social media, and not the information they're sharing is accurate. So in any event, that's good. All right, we'll take a resolution to go into closed session, right?
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on December 2nd, 2020 at 7:30 PM or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held via Zoom teleconferencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited legal matters to include PFAS case update, lease of water property for wireless communications, Barrington Road, One Village, One Vote litigation, personnel matters to include supervisory contract, appointments to boards and committees, and contract negotiations to include contract for 1057 Hillcrest Road. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Oh, Bernadette got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Dylan, I just looked, did we get a thing for our next meeting?
Yeah, I sent it to you. It went out, I believe, yesterday.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
You want me to resend it to you real quick?
It would be easier than me searching through my emails. See you in a minute.
Good night.
Who's saying good night? Oh, to Dylan. Oh, good night, Dylan. Good night, Bob. Bob's going home? Or are you in closed session?
Is Bob in closed session? No.
No.
No, you're good.
Nighty night.
Ciao.
Right.
He was not on the list.